afternoon, fret friends. We have a new project on the bench, and this type of instrument is no stranger to fret friend. It's being a Warwick bass, and yes, it has got a twist in the neck, and yes, it does have a knackered truss rod. So it is going to be twist in the neck fixed, fingerboard steamed off, truss rod removed, new truss rod inserted, glue back on the fingerboard, reprofile the neck, reprofile the frets, make sure everything's straight and send it back. It is not going to be a cheap fix, this one. We are looking at, with a new truss rod, you're looking at £550. £50 will be, the truss rod will cost about 50 quid to get that here anyway. £500 for the labour. It takes a long time, and you really have to know what you're doing with these necks. Now this, like I say, is the 5th one I've had in. I've just finished another one in the last, in fact I finished it last Friday, we're Monday now. I've had another one, I've just shipped that out this morning back to its owner, another one that came in severely twisted and bent. That one's gone, and the owner said to me this guitar means a lot to him, so he'd like me to fix it. He's not bothered about what it costs, just get it done. He says if you can't fix it, he still wants to pay me. I says, well, you won't pay me. I said, you'll pay me a nominal amount. I says, but I will fix it, don't worry about it. So that is my working rate for these basses now. If I'm taking the fingerboard off and putting a new truss rod in there, your start price is £500. That is it. They take a long time to do, they are time intensive, and you need to know what you're doing. You know, and I don't know anyone else fixing these other than myself. And the good thing about bringing it to me, fret friend, everything always gets videoed. All the time, so you see everything being done, you see that you're getting your money's worth and blah blah blah. So let's have a quick look, and it's got the standard twist on the neck down towards the treble side, that side, and I know the truss rod's broke because I looked at it when the client was here and he told me it was broke, and we had an adjuster in there, it's snapped, so we have to replace it. So I will get in touch with Warwick shop if I've still got the link, and I'll measure it. I think I know which truss rod it is. I should know which one it is, the amount of them I've done, and we will find out which is the correct truss rod. I think it's 630mm, but I never order them until I've got the fingerboard off, because we don't want to order the wrong one, because today's day and age, sending stuff back is expensive. So I'm just removing the strings while we're here, so I'm just going to talk and babble some inane nothingness, and let's just see. The hardest thing about getting the fingerboard off these basses is getting it started, you know, because that's where you could cause some damage. I'm just going to have a quick look at it. I don't know if I'm going to do it today or not. I've got a refret in as well, but I would like to make a start on this, so we're going to whip them strings out of the way. That's the strings off, everything else standard, nice bridge, 2 MEC pickups on there. This is a slightly less expensive range. I do believe it is called the Warwick Corvette Double Buck. It's got $2 signs on the headstock there, so it makes sense. Nice knot on there. We need a pot for the bits. Tuners I'm going to leave on because I'm going to need those for fixing the headstock, fixing the twist there, because we're going to use the machine heads to turn the neck whichever way we want it fixing. Thankfully I've kept hold of my, I do now have a Stumac, a proper Stumac neck jig, but I've kept my original, the one I made, the copy of the original Stumac, because it's perfect for these basses, because of the way I need to twist the neck back. It being made of wood, it makes it easier for me to do that. So this will not go on the proper Stumac jig, it'll go on the one I made. I'm just removing some bits, these bits from the base. Probably better off, I need to pop that off. I'll try it and pop off. Oh, it's plastic. Right, okay, I didn't realise it was plastic. I'll try and get something under there. Let me show you where I am, what I'm doing and what I'm trying to do. There you go. Probably going to get a blade in there. Trying to remove this little shelf here that the nut sits on, and it doesn't want to move. So I'm going to see if I've just got a standing knife, maybe a bit heavy going for it, but should do the trick. There you go. Yeah, straight through there, cutting through the glue, like so. So it's a perfect tool. I know I've done 4 of these before, but you never quite remember exactly how you do things. Okay, that's nice there, that's nice there. We'll go on that way. Oh, and that's broken on the edge. Look, we'll have to glue that back together. I've got some super glue. That's a shame. Never mind, sort that out. So I'm going to get a pot for the bits. We always have a pot for the bits. Bear with me. I've got a stack of pots over here. This is a pot. These are the bits. 1, 2, 3 screws. And a little nut shelf that has broken. I'm sure if I message Warwick with sending another one. So we're going to have a look at it. I don't think I'm going to steam anything off there yet, but let's have a look at the truss rod. Show you where we are. And he says it's snapped. And that is definitely snapped. Look at that. We can hear it at the other end. And it's just spinning non-stop, look. So what a bugger. So we're all going to remove the tuners, by the way, because I'll need to remove the tuners to get the fingerboard off. Let me just go and grab a 15mm spanner. I believe we were about 15mm. I'm going to whiz these off as well. So making a start. Now these are, I don't do these, just go on one of these jobs and stay on it till it's finished, because these are time intensive and there's lots of different things you have to do, and you have to sometimes just leave them heated up on their own while you blow on with something else. So I like to give myself a couple of weeks to do these. I've told the, well, I said to the client, look, no time limit, I'll do this round of work, which he understands. I've got a lovely refret on the go at the moment, so I'll probably work between the two, and I'll stick some setups on in between. Setups are our bread and butter as guitar setters. They are the money makers, because they're the ones we can get through and get them done reasonably quick. You know, never needed more than a couple of hours to do a proper setup. Whereas these things, I don't know what's up with this tuner here, it's not coming off. There you go, we've got it. I don't get many setups in, to be honest with you. Mine always seems to be intensive neck or fretwork. But anyway, not that I mind, not complaining, it's not a complaint. I much prefer to do refrets and neck work than just setups. To get more satisfaction out of repairing something that is either not really looking that repairable, or it is intensive and it needs a lot of work, and you work your magic and bring something back to life. That's where I seem to shine. Very good indeed. So, no stranger to me, these bases. The client's happy for me to go. I always explain what could go wrong, and there's no guarantee with it staying straight. Even though the 3 I've done in the past have all stayed straight. Well, the first one I did, I believe, was either 5 or 6 years ago, and it's still straight as a die, the neck. So the owner is really happy. So I'm going to remove the neck from the body. That makes everything easier to work with. That's a tight one. That one does not want to move. Right, we'll give it some heavy duty. There you go. Just being mardy. So we're going to take these 2 out first, because they may be shorter than these 2, and they are. They certainly are. They are a good 6-7 mil, probably 5 or 6 mil shorter. Right, that's good. Again, in the pot, that away, and we can just chuck this bit in the bin. Not really. We're not going to need this bit at all. I may use it a little bit later on just to hold the body, the neck on my jig. Right, oh, that's what was dropping out, is it? Got you. 1, 2, 3, 4. One minute, is it? Appears to be one missing there. No, they're not. They are all there. These are the bits that hold in the screws and the neck. All 4 of them found. What's that got hiding in there? Strange, that one's got, seems to have a washer placed in there. So it's had a neck problem before by the looks of it. Strange one, that one. Anyway, let's crack on. So the neck is now free from the guitar. So what we're going to do is, got a little shim in there as well, look. Interesting. So the hardest bit to do is to start getting this separated from the neck itself. So where do you start? I like to start between the truss rod and at this end, because if you cause any damage you're never going to see it. Because anywhere else you're going to cause damage. You could start from this end and get it through here, but I like to start at this end. I like to start just beneath the truss rod there, because it's the easiest to get something in. You can just get a screwdriver and start twisting, keep steaming. Once you've got a start in there, you can get a blade in. It's really pretty easy. Just looking at the frets. Frets are definitely going to need reworking afterwards. There's some dings in there. But there we go, ready to start. So I'm going to get this set up on the jig in the other room. Now the problem with me going in the other room is the light's not very good. But we're going to have to make do. I'm going to see if I can possibly get it done in this room. Might be a bit difficult. Let me decide off camera what I'm going to do, and then I'll come back and you'll obviously know in due course. As you may have noticed, I've gone for the surrogate body method, and that's where this piece of 30mm thick MDF acts as a surrogate body for the clamping. And it means that way, when I'm steaming this, I'm not going to cause any damage to the base body itself. And this is, I can still get this clamped properly to my jig. Lovely thick piece of MDF there, screwed on tightly, and this is how I'm going to work the neck. I've taken off the machine heads just so I can get the fingerboard off. I didn't want them getting in the way. Any fixing we need to do or straightening we need to do, I'm probably going to do with the neck off or with the fingerboard off, because it's going to make it easier in the long run. I think I've done it that way before. Just going to check. There's actually not much of a twist in this neck. It's not going to need a lot of work. Problem with it now is we have a lot of relief. There's a very lot of curve in this neck, so I think it's going to be easier to straighten this once I've got it all fixed back together. Now what I'm going to do to make sure I get this fingerboard back on in the correct position is I'm going to drill 2 pilot holes, one here, one here. They're going to be a mil thick, and I'm going to pin them. And once that's done, I'll remove the pins, then I'll get the fingerboard off. And when it comes to putting it back on the neck, we'll have the 2 pinholes to line up, and we'll bang the pins back in as we glue it down. So we know we're going to get it exactly in at the right place. I'm not convinced there's any great twist to this. It might just be there is a bit of a twist, but it is not terrible. Got to get it on the jig, get it straight, see where we are, and just see if we can just get this bent back right before I remove the fingerboard. So I will get set up in the other room, and I'll come back and show you exactly my thought process when I have it set up. You'll notice that the neck is now set up on my version of the original Stumat neck jig. Got all the posts, resting posts all down at the bottom there, ready to set and adjust. Now the problem with this neck is we can't get it straight because it has a lot of relief. That's curve going that way in the shape of a smile. And we need to get this neck straight before we clamp it down. So how I get it straight is, once we're bolted at this end, which we are, and strapped to the jig, which we are, by means of a turn screw type affair down here, which are built and adapted. We've got a nice and tight on there. We're going to bend the neck straight. Now, because we've got the strap on the neck, we can't use the not straight edge, you may think, but actually we can. But we're going to use it resting on top of the frets. Now, if I show you where we are right now, right there, where I don't know if you see that, there's about 1.5 millimeters of relief in that neck. And what I'm going to do is, by means of this adjustable piece of kit here, the turn screw, I'm just going to turn it it's going to tighten and pull the neck down until we are straight. And we are more or less where we need to be. Doesn't matter if we go a little bit over straight, but that to me is saying the neck is now straight. I'm going to give it just an extra little turn. And now the neck is straight. Just checking again, there's no gap. There's no gap on top of the frets. Now okay, we can only really do that precision if the neck, we know the frets are level. We don't know that the frets are level, that doesn't matter. We're as straight as we can be, and that is enough to get the twist out of the neck. So we're going to just put these as support underneath so it doesn't move anywhere. Oh, hang on, I haven't got a screw on that one. Put that on this one, I took that one out, I moved it. So now with the neck straight and supported, got all of the steel bars supporting the neck. We know it can't move anywhere now. We're just going to check straightness again. I'm going to keep getting in the way, it can't be avoided. Just see where we are. That happens. Just go again. In fact, it does work better this way. Just checking where we are. And that is looking very good to me. So I will say that that is a straight neck with no gap in there. We're well supported, and now we can start to work on the neck. So I'm going to go and have a look and see where I think the twist is, if there is one. There definitely is a slight twist down to the treble side. So we're going to put tuners back on this side, both of them, and I'm going to set my adjusters up, and by means of the two guitar strings, we're going to wrap them around the tuners here. And we are going to ever so slightly tighten the tuners, or machine heads, and it's just going to bring that neck back around where it needs to be. I've explained this in detail on many of my previous videos on these Warwick necks. I think you're all accustomed to how it works now. I could have zoomed in there and made you see a lot more, but never mind. Okay guys, I'm going to try and show you where the magic happens, or how the magic happens. And we've got two guitar strings screwed into the side of the jig. We're going to fix them to the two tuners, but we're going to need some protective plates depending on how we fix these to the tuners. Now, it all depends which way I'm going to go. And we're going to use the tuners to stretch the neck the way we want it to go. So if I just bang a guitar string in there, it stays like it should. Got these metal protectors there, and this is going to twist the neck to where we need it. Now we could use two, we might only need one, but I'm going to put two on because I normally use two, it makes it easier. And this does the work for you. The strings are going to turn the neck to where we need it and hold it in place. That could be tricky to find out where you are because I've got to look in this direction, so my head's probably going to be in the way, but we're not even moving anywhere yet, so we're going to start giving it some turns now. This is a mechanism we use to remove the twist. And that is looking, still not looking right yet. You see how this works? And now we're getting some real tension on there. This one's slipping, I believe. Maybe I could just turn it around that way. And that'll make it hold a bit better. See, look, now this has made it, the way the neck want to bend in the middle, but I still think we're pretty much straight. And I think that will do. Probably slightly over. That's fine. I don't mind it being a little bit over. So I'm good with that. Now I'm going to remove this because we need to get heat in the neck. And the neck's going to stay exactly where it is now. I need to get some heat in there. With that now held in the correct position, I'm going to move the camera back to the other side and I'll show you how we correct the neck. Okay, moving on with this neck. Now before I put any heat to it, I'm going to need to drill some holes for a couple of marker pins. Now these are purposely snapped drill bits and they're 1.5mm wide. The reason they're 1.5mm is it's the smallest drill bit my drill will take. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drill holes, one here and one at the other end. And these are pin markers, so when I come to refit the neck later on, all I've got to do is just line these pins up. How difficult is that? And also when I'm applying heat to the neck, which I'm going to be doing shortly to straighten this neck, nothing's going to slip. The fingerboard's not going to slip off of the neck itself, as I'm sure will or can happen. Now this one coming across a little bit, slightly at an angle, The great thing about this is, with it being a dark fingerboard, when I put this back together I can just fill that in with some rosewood dust. And once I drop some super glue in there, you're not going to see where I put these pinholes. So I've got one pin there, one pin there. That means this fingerboard is not going to move from my neck. And that's what I want. Now, I'm not going to be steaming this area. I'm going to be steaming this area because this is where the twist is. The twist is always in this area. So I'm going to get a wet damp cloth or a tea towel or what have you. I use half of an old tea towel. And we're going to steam this area, just this area here. And that's going to go as close to this pin as we can. And what that's going to do is it's going to steam the wood, it's going to expand the fibres, and once it dries I'm going to let it cool down itself, and once it's cooled down I should be able to remove everything and this neck should then be straight. Once it is straight, that is when we're going to remove these pins and we're going to come and remove the fingerboard. Again, that's a big job in itself, so you know, stay tuned for that. Good afternoon, friends. So the neck is where we left it last time. Still got the two pins in because we don't want anything slipping. I've got a rag here which I'm going to wet. I've got a big bowl of water next to me and I've got an iron heating up. And normally where I would put a strip of metal on top of the frets and leave the iron on the metal and let it heat that way, I'm actually going to steam this neck straight this time because I had great success doing the last one, steaming it straight rather than just putting dry heat on there. The good thing about not putting just heat on there is we're not going to scorch anything or dry the wood out. I'm hoping we're going to be able to get enough steam in there, I don't know. But we can certainly give it a go, can't we? Now this is the area where your twist normally starts, so this is the area we're going to hit with the iron first. Now the iron's not hot. I'll tell you why the iron's not hot. I've not turned the hecking thing on. So we're going to wait for that a little while. So we'll just stand here for a short time and tumty 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 tum tumty tumty tum tum. I will turn off the camera for a moment. Okay, we now have a hot iron. And I'll just put this metal strip in just in case I do heat the neck up the old fashioned way. I used to normally, the way I used to do it was I used to put a strip of metal on here But rest the iron on there and let that transfer the heat in that way. The thing is, it strips of metal, all gone bent now, so it makes it more difficult. The good thing about not doing this method is if you want just dry heat on there, it shrinks the fingerboard even though the neck stays fat. But using steam, everything stays fat. So we're gonna just hit it with some steam and hope we get enough heat right to go right through the neck. I don't think we're going to be able to. So we're going to have to go the heat method, dry heat method anyway. But you know, we may sort it out. If I can get enough heat to go all the way through, it doesn't feel like we've got any yet. But let's give it a few goes and see where we are. The good thing about using wet heat like this is we're not going to shrink the fingerboard. In fact, if anything, we're going to widen and thicken. Again, we don't want that either. So let's keep everything wet. Let's persevere with this. I don't have to put my hand under it to burn. Oh, we are getting heat through, I think. And that's all we need. We don't need a lot of heat. That's certainly getting through to my fingers, I'll tell you that. I think this is going to work. And this is good going forward for the future because it means it makes my job a little bit easier. I need to get heat all the way through once, and the fibres are going to expand and the glue is going to melt. Just if I can get it straight before I take the fingerboard off, it makes it a lot easier when we put it back together. But we can straighten it when we remove the fingerboard from the neck anyway, I've done that before. So let me feel underneath, see if we've got any heat under there. I certainly think we've just about got enough, yes. Just keep going at it, don't let it cool down. Don't think it's getting away with it. What we're doing is, when we're straightening a neck, it was one straight and it's now bent, all we're doing is we're encouraging the fibres to go back to their original state, the wood fibres. So why do these Warwicks keep twisting in the same place? You tell me. Has the wood not been dried out enough? You tell me, I don't know. Why have this is the 5th one I've had in. Same problem. Twisted neck or a bent neck with a snap truss rod, what have you. Only the 4th one didn't have a snap truss rod, which was the last one I did last week. I sent that back Monday. He should have it back now. He's not going back to me telling me how brilliant he is, or how brilliant the neck is. He should have done. Because I tell you what, I knocked him £100 off. Anyway, let's see how this goes. We're going to hit it with a lot more water when we steam the fingerboard off. Okay, we've got some heat. We've definitely got heat underneath. So I think if we let this cool down now and I take these brackets off here and undo these, I think our neck's going to be straight. Because we've definitely got heat inside there, certainly got heat in the frets. We've got good heat in there. I'm really happy about that. This is going to work. I love doing these jobs. They're long-winded, they take a lot of hours, but it's so satisfying to get them fixed, get them back to the owners, and the owners see them and they just think, wow, it's amazing. I think I did the first one in 2016, 2017, 2016, I'm not sure. But the guy, John, I did it for, wrote me the best review, and I got in touch with me last year asking if it's still straight. He says absolutely, it's perfectly straight. And that's just so good to hear. I talked to the guy from Japan as well who's a did his is still perfectly straight, but I think I only did his 2 years ago, or a year and a half ago. Well, it certainly steams your fingers. And once you've done as many of these as I have now, you learn not to be frightened of them. It can be quite daunting the first time you do something like this. You're thinking, I'm going to knacker this or what? You know, you just got to just trust yourself, trust your skills. I've had some people contact me and I told them a price and I've never heard from them again. And I'm thinking, well, price is what it is, mate. You know, I can't charge less. It's the amount of hours I put into these things, and it's my skill and expertise. I'm putting my reputation on the line. That's got to have worked. Right, I'm going to leave that to dry. We could have that neck straight already. Leave that to dry. I'm going to move on to another job in the meantime, and come back to this one a little bit later. Okay, friends, I do apologise if the light is not good enough in here, but the light is not good enough in here. But that said, I don't need a lot of light as long as I can do the work I'm doing. This is not a main guitar workroom, this one. Bear with me, guys. I'll just nip back into the other room to pick up a set of pliers. So, I'm going to get ready to steam off this fingerboard. And the hardest thing about doing this is getting it started, because we don't want to cause any damage. Now, the best angle of attack probably going in there at this end, because if you do damage anything, you can fix it by dropping in some wood dust and gluing it. But I've always tried to get them started at this end. So what we're going to do is these guide pins we put in before, I'm removing them. Got two 1.5mm guide pins, and they can be put aside for later. They'll go back in when we line the fingerboard back, when we glue it back on. We know exactly where to put it and where to fit it, because we've got two guide pins here. But I'm going to take the guide pins in the other room, so bear with me a second. Because those guide pins do have a safe spot in a magnetic pot in the other room. So, I think I'm going to try and clamp. I can't put that too far back, I think. I think this will be just about steady enough for me to be able to remove it. It is a little bit wobbly, which is not fantastic, but we're going to have to crack on. Okay, so that has moved slightly. Not too bothered about that. Let's get it supported again underneath. I mean, it might have been an idea to put this back on the body, this neck, but I don't like steaming this area with the body underneath it. So we're going to, that one's coming out as knackered, that one is. So we're going to try and get a start just here. So let's get a damp. You'll hear that iron ticking away down there. It's ready, saying, come on, let's do it. Let's get started. So we need to get a good lot of steam in this bit, and because we're trying to get it started. Once we've got it going, it's not difficult, it's getting it going that's difficult. see what we can do. I don't think we're going to get a knife under straight away, but we can have a go. And we've got it moving straight away, look. We're straight in there. Okay, let's keep going. Let's not let it have a break. Getting it started is the important thing. Let's just see what we can do here. We've got it started, but we're not getting anywhere significant with it. So you have to be patient. It is difficult. You want to just crack on and get it done, but you can't do it with this. It can take an age to get it moving properly. So easy to cause damage that you don't want to cause. And it's a great way to get in. Got one side started, not the other. We certainly don't want to break anything. Trying to get into this side. Once we've got both sides open, we haven't got into that side yet. There's some glue there, I believe. Keep going. Hardest, I've not got the hardest one in the shop yet. I've got a set neck coming in, that's going to be much harder than this. It's much easier when you can remove the neck. So this is all about getting that first inch done. Getting it started. We put a lot of glue on these things. Keep it in this corner with more wet. Could have set on a knife really. Just can't get that side done. That side started. Just working through a little. Okay, let's go in a different area. Let's go a bit further up. So I'm moving glue definitely because I can feel. See, that's wanting to go there, but it's still this far side here. No, oh, we're through. we are through, my friends. We're through to this side. We've caused a little bit of damage now. The thing is, the glue doesn't want to separate from here. That's not good at all. It's going to cause a problem because we've cut into the neck. I mean, nothing we can't fix with some wood dust later on, but I don't want to be cutting into that. So it's stuck too well here. Finally, got a start on it. It was really difficult getting through to this side because it was cutting in the knife from the other side and cutting into the neck. But we've got it in. We can repair this little bit of damage later, that's not a problem. We'll just fill out some wood dust and make it up before we glue everything back together. So now what we're going to do is we're going to hit it with steam. We're going to hit it with a lot of steam and we're going to try and get this knife moving. Like I said, we're going to hit it with steam. We ain't going to fanny about, because you have to. Let's see if we can get stuff moving. So, there's a big lump of, I don't know what that is there. Something that was under the nut. Big piece of crap, I don't know what it is, but we'll sort that out later. So what we're going to need to do is I need to get a hammer. And I'm using this slightly the wrong side, but and there you go, we're getting moving now. It will tell you when it's had enough and you need to use more steam. It'll tell you, it'll let you know. And you'll know when you've hit that period. So all you've got to do now is you've got to be patient. Because I've done these before, I kind of know what you can get away with. It can be very daunting when you're doing your first one of these. This is my fifth, well it's the fourth one of this job. The wetter the better, seriously. If you only move a centimetre, you only move a centimetre. It's not a race. So you see now, look, we're separating the board from the neck. And you've got to stick with it and be patient. So you see, we're making progress, so there's no need for me to film any more of this right now. I'm going to carry on doing this, being patient, and I'll come back and show you the progress a little bit later. Just wanted to show progress in about 25-30 minutes, and I'm up to almost halfway. The trick with this is getting in a lot of water. You've got to really get lots of water in there, create loads of steam, and you'll get through it a lot quicker. But take your time. There's quite some damage under this part of the neck just here. When we first tried to get in there, that's not going to be a problem. We can fix all that. We'll just drop some wood dust in there and we'll match it all up and file and sand that to shape. Guys, I've had to come off this neck for a short time because we have had an accident, and I've never had this happen before. So, but what we've done is, we were taking the fingerboard off the neck. We have split the fingerboard, and I'm going to show you where we are. Now, it's an obstacle, it is not a problem. See there? We split it all the way up here, and on this side the same. So the knife was at a wrong angle when I hit it, and it's gone up and it's cracked all out there. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to split it from this end next, and take it off this way. But what I'm going to do before is, I'm going to get some glue in there, and I'm going to stick this bit back on, up to fret 9, here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, up to there. And then once it's all set, I'm going to have it all clamped. We're going to fix it, then we're going to split it from that end. I'm going to drill 2 pilot holes at this end. We're going to get in there and we're going to split it from this end. And then what we're going to do is we're going to take this off the fingerboard off the neck again from that end. This all being clamped as it was before and set. Once it's clamped and set, then we'll start working from this end and we'll take it off and we'll get it all off in one piece. So to me, this is not a problem, it's an obstacle, because we're going to have to glue that back together and get that all back as one piece. So I'm going to get that set up, get this glued. It's going to add a little bit more time to it. Obviously I'm not going to charge more for the job, but the price is the price. Once we've fixed these and got this all glued back together, we're going to just drop some rosewood dust in there like we normally do. And we're going to repair that area. You're never going to tell. Don't forget, we are also going to be leveling the frets after anyway. So, an obstacle, an accidental obstacle we have got there, but we are going to sort it out. Okay, friends. I've not been in the workshop this week, and we are now Thursday. I've had a very, very busy week, but out of a workshop, so I'm not able to get in. So I've got to message a few people and let them know the guitar's not ready this week. But I want to show you the updates on the neck. Now, you know where we'd cracked into the fingerboard, both sides here, and it was just hanging on by a bare thread. I've glued it back down. I've glued the fingerboard back down to the fingerboard itself. It's repaired. So we glued all the way to, I didn't say I wanted to go to fret 9. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We're glued down now to fret 8. If I show you, I can just pull up just about there. There's fret 9. So what I'm going to do is, I'm going to drill into this end of the neck here, between the fingerboard and the neck, and I'm going to steam it from this end, and I'm going to bring this off this end, so we're eventually going to meet in the middle and get the fingerboard off in one piece. Otherwise that's definitely going to snap if I'd have carried on going that way, and I don't want to do that. But what I'm going to do is, once it's all sort of like these cracks in the side where the split went, that was an extra crack a bit further on here. I'm going to fill that in with wood dust and super glue. That's going to hold real nice. So I'm not going to be splitting this here. I'm going to be doing that tomorrow, because Friday I've got a long day at it tomorrow. So that is now, we've fixed the fingerboard where the fingerboard split, and that is now ready to move on with. So I'll show you a bit more of that just a little bit later. So make sure you're around for that. Again, friends, I've got to be a little ingenious. And what I need to do is I need to separate the fingerboard from this side now, from the neck itself, because here, if you remember, it's the fingerboard split coming up to the top. So I've had to re-glue that back down, and we're going to go from it. We've still got this loose up to the 8th fret, but we're now going to go this way. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to knock some pilot holes or pilot drill holes between the neck and the fingerboard. I'm just going to hit this with this punch here. Hopefully right on the line. I've got 3 holes punched there. They're right on the line, and I'm going to drill in. Now I need to get this at the right angle, which is there. So I'm going to hold it in. I'm going to drill in with a 1.5mm drill bit. And drill a few holes. Let's change the battery because that one's going flat besides of it. I've got a fully charged battery, I believe, right here. If I haven't, I'm going to have to wait, aren't I? That's dead. Lucky me, that is dead. I think this drill's at the end of its life. What these drill holes are going to let me do is, they're going to give me a start. When I steam this end, I'm going to have something to get into. Get a screwdriver in there or something. And that's not so bad. So we'll get a starter there out of that. So I drilled about 6 holes in there, and that will give me a starter of something to separate. We can always fill this in at the end of the job. And I'm going to show you where we are. Easier to show you than to keep explaining to you. So that's where we are. I've drilled some holes along here. I'm going to get a chisel in there. Just give us a starter once I get some steam in there. We're going to remove it from this end again. No choice really, so let's just hope and pray that this works, and I'm sure it will. To get it started, I'm going to be holding the neck in a vise like so, and I'm going to start it from this end. So I'm going to do it in this room just to get me a start on this end. So I'm going to go and grab some, I'm going to grab a rag, a hot iron, obviously, or I'm going to grab the iron, I'm going to heat it up. I'm going to grab a wet rag so we can get some steam in there. We're going to try and get this started. Where I drilled the 3 holes, by the way, but for 6 holes should I say, at this end, I've gone across with a standing knife and it's opened that up, so we should be able to get straight in there with a good knife once we get some steam in there. And once we've started and we've got a couple of frets lifted, we're going to have to take it back to the other room and get it all viced up again how it was before, with this bolted to that piece of MDF down there. Right then guys, here's the story. I did get the fingerboard off, but what an absolute disaster and what a mess. And this was always going to be, possibly going to be the case. So we've got it off. Let me show you the state of it. The neck itself is fine. All this residue we can get off, so the neck is usable. The fingerboard is no longer usable. Look at this. It's all split there. We've got big gouges out, big chunks missing. The frets have all had it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to replace this. I can get a new piece of wenge, slotted, by the way, for £45, which is cheap, I know. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to refret it. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to get this piece, I'm going to shape it myself. Once it's been slotted, once it arrives slotted, I'm going to refret it. I'm not going to charge for a refret at all. Now a refret, I'll charge £250. I'm going to get a flat piece of wenge. It's going to be slotted. It's not going to be radius, so I've got to radius it. And I've got to refret it, and I've got to glue it back on here straight, and I've got to cut it to this shape. So I'll use this as a template, because then it will work. And I'm going to do it for absolutely nothing. I should be charging 300 quid for a refret as well with parts. Tom is going to pay for the fret wire and for the neck, so 75 quid. I'm going to do the work for nothing. I'm also going to carry on with the work on this, steaming this out, getting a new truss rod in there. That's all included in the price. Get rid of all this crap. The problem with this was, I don't know what glue we used on these strips in here, but I couldn't remove the fingerboard from this part of the neck, so I've had to basically force it off. And this is all going to have to be sanded flat, but at least we've got it straight. So we are going to have the neck, or we are going to have the base usable. So that's the only thing I can do. I think I'm doing a good thing here by doing a refret for nothing. We'd gone too far. I mean, I could have fixed this all back up, got it back on, it could have a wall hanger. We did agree that, but I've put too much work into this. It's just as much work to fix it, or just as much work to put it back together and make it a wall hanger as it is to actually fix it. So I'm going to go the fix route. This part of the video, by the way, I'm going to send separate to Tom so he can see it. But this is going to be included also in the main video. So this is going to be a fantastic video. It's going to be epic. A lot of work for me. I know I've lost out on labour, but it's come to the point now where it's a challenge more than it's a job, if you know what I mean. So let this be one of my great epic videos. There's something, I don't think I moved to Canada next year, so it's something I can take away, look back on and think, I did that, and I did the guy a favour. And there you go. So that is how it's going to be with this. So stay tuned, guys. A lot more work to go on this. I'm going to spread it over the next few months and what have you. Might get it done for Christmas. It'd be a great present for Tom, wouldn't it? And we'll see how it goes. Talk soon, guys. Morning, fret friends. So this is a new step in the direction of luthiery, or luthiery, basically guitar building, for want of a better description. So let's remind ourselves of where I am. This Warwick neck. It's going to need quite a lot of work. We do have a piece of wood missing there. I'm going to fill that in with wood dust and glue if I can't get the other bit off the other fingerboard. It's going to need a little bit of cleaning up all down this end, and I'm going to have to still go steam out this centre strip to get at the truss rod. Now I do have the new truss rod, and it's not the first one I bought. I believe this is the, I'm not quite sure, I'm not sure if it's the 4th or the 5th. So this is a truss rod to replace the one in there, and that sits in there like so, and it's a perfect fit. These are now £60. Oddly, but like £30 for a truss rod and £30 for shipping. So that's become more expensive. But where am I today? So what I've done is I have the original fingerboard, which is no good, and I have it taped to the replacement fingerboard, which I got off eBay for £45. The guy slotted it for me. It's 6mm thick, and I have aligned the original fretboard to the blank underneath. And you will notice, those keen-eyed among you will notice that the original, or the new one, is actually wider than the original. I specifically asked for that so I can shape it myself once it's back on the neck. What I'm also going to do is these two pilot holes, I drilled one there and one there, I've lined up, and I'm going to re-drill. And even if I have to drill all the way through the blank underneath, that's absolutely fine, as long as I can get it lined up back on the neck perfectly. Now something else I'm going to do is I'm going to line it up at the 12th fret, which I believe is right there. And what I'm going to do is, once I've got it lined up on the neck, where it needs to be, I'm going to drill two pilot holes, one each side of the 12th fret, just so I can pin everything in before I glue it. So when I glue both pieces and mate them together, I'm going to glue them in. I'm going to tap in pins, one there, and two in the middle, each side of the centre, and that way we're going to get the neck dead straight, and we're going to get a fingerboard dead straight. And once the new fretboard is on, it'll be overlapping, because it's going to be wider than the neck, and I'm going to shave it down to match the width of the neck. But what I'm going to be doing well before that, by the way, is I'll be radiusing this before I put it on. It's going to be much more difficult to radius it once it's back on the neck. So I do have a tool I built for radiusing, and it's a great piece of kit, and this is it. And the width of this tool is exactly the width of a radius beam. And what I'll do is I will double-side sticky tape the new fingerboard to this channel on here, and with the radius beam inside, I can just slide it up and down between these two guides, and I'll re-radius the board. And I built this myself a few years ago, and I've used it quite a bit. It's a great piece of kit. So this is my first delve into luthiery, really. It was always going to be a natural progression. I always wanted to build guitars anyway. It's just never been, I've never had the chance. It's something I'm going to be doing when I move to Canada next year. And I'm only specifically really going to build for myself. I don't want to do it as a business. I don't want to do it as a profit-making thing. There's no money in building guitars anyway. It's just a natural progression for me, and for me to use the skills I already have. So it's just something I'm going to do basically for myself for fun, and I'm sure I'm going to be really good at it. So great project, this one. A lot more work than I originally envisaged, and it's this from now onwards. It's work I'm not really charging for. Radiusing the fretboard and refretting it, I'm not actually charging for it. I'm just charging for replacing the truss rod, straightening the neck, replacing the truss rod and getting it all back to tickety-boo, which has always been a standard price, £500 plus the price of the truss rod. So like I said, the refret, the reprofiling of the fingerboard and getting it all radius, blah 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 blah, it's a freeman, it's a free thing. You know, and that's great. Oh, fret wire, by the way, I couldn't get the Gold Evo stuff by Jessica. It's been discontinued, so I've had to get this stuff from Stumac. It cost me about £14–15. My friend got it shipped over on his account, so it didn't cost me any shipping. It's the closest fret wire I can get to what is already in there. It's not quite as wide, and I don't think it's quite as high, but it's very close. It's as close as I could get it, and it's slightly a darker colour, but hey ho, them's the breaks. It's the best we can do. So that's it. I'm going to crack on with it today. Well, I'm not cracking on with it today. I might do a little bit of it today. I might just try and get the truss rod out today, the old one. I've got to steam it out, so I've got to clean this up. There's a piece of wood knocking about on here that belongs to, it's actually on the fingerboard, it belongs in this channel here. There's a little bit missing. I may just fill it in with epoxy, but the best thing to do would be to put the original piece of wood back in there. So I'm going to try and do that. So, still got a lot of work to do on this, but I will update you as and when. So today, guys, we are steaming a, well, for want of a better description, a skunk stripe, but it's inside a neck. It's under the fingerboard, which I've removed the fingerboard, and this holds in the truss rod. We're replacing the truss rod on this Warwick, and I don't know whether to go from the far end or from this end. And I'm going to try it over here. So I've got an iron, an old clothes iron, which is no longer used as a clothes iron. I've got a rag, which I've got a bowl of water down here. I'll put the damp rag in there, and we're going to steam it out. Well, hopefully we're going to steam it out. Now, I've taken 3 of these out before, some with varying degrees of success. Some came out quite easily, some didn't, some even snapped. So I'm hoping not to get a snap one today. And it's just a matter of getting some steam in there, try and get it moving. So we've got various tools to do so, which I have ready. Now the iron, I don't have a great place to stand it, so I might have to put it on the floor. But we're just going to try and get some steam in there, get it moving. I found with these jobs, you've got to be patient. By all means, get stuff out quick, but be patient with it. This neck needs a lot of work before it's usable again. Can we get it usable again? I really don't know. But let's have a go here and try and prise it out at this end. Got it moving, but I'm going to hold it there. I'm going to get something underneath this end. Right, we've got something underneath that end. That helps a lot. Okay, so now let's see if we can get it moving. Because what we really want to do is melt the glue. Got any more wet on there, I think. Definitely getting it moving now, which is good. We do want it moving though, we don't want to snap it. Okay, well that's trying to snap already, so just going to get that in there just to hold it. I could do with a thinner screwdriver. See if I've got something in a minute. Like I say, you've got to be patient with these things. I don't think I have any particularly long, thin, flathead screwdrivers. See, that's snapped. We don't want it snapping, and now we've got it snapped, and that is not good. That's a shame, that really is a shame. So we're going to start from the other end. Hopefully, I'm going to go buy a long flat-ended screwdriver, I think. It's no good now with that being snapped at that end. I mean, we can piece it all together later and put it back in. It's just makes the job more difficult. One of those things. I'm going to use the truss rod to try and get this moving at this end, and that's not doing anything at all. So I'm going to get a lot more steam in there. This one has been an absolute bind, this neck. It's been the most difficult one I've done. I just want to get it moving if I can. Then we've got it moving. I don't know how thick it is. It's not as thick this end as it is the other end. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and get underneath here with a smaller screwdriver. It's probably just a case of being a little bit more patient. Maybe it would have been alright to look for a screwdriver earlier, wouldn't it? Could go with the smaller one. Okay, it's going to be a long and painstaking job this, I think. Can the truss rod help it come out? Not much. So I'm going to have a root around, see what tools I've got, and I'll come back to you later. So we now see the problem. The truss rod had snaps at this end. Now, I don't think I can get this strip out cleanly by the looks of things because it is stuck in there. But I'm going to try and force it out using the truss rod by moving the truss rod up and forcing for a second. Hopefully we can get enough steam in there, but I don't know if we can. If not, we're going to have to, I don't know, we're going to get it out. May have to route it out, I don't know. I really don't want to do that. So I'm going to crack on with it. We're back in a bit. Move the camera a little bit so you can see where we are now. And we're just on the last bit. And this has been the toughest one to get out, but we're going to get it out. What I'm going to do is just move this out of the way. And I'm using the truss rod. That's snap. We're not bothered about that snapping. We can piece all this back together later on. And we've got it out. And there you go. We've got it in 4 bits. And there's a truss rod. And the truss rod is knackered. Look at it. Snaps at that end. We've got a little bit still in here. We're going to get out some pliers in a second. So that's a truss rod, all paggered. But we've got the strip out. I can use that again. I can steam that back straight shortly. Just get in there with some snot nose pliers and get these bits out. Now there's a lot of repair work I've got to do. That's that bit. Out of there. And we've got a bit in here. This is the bit that snaps. It's this end that snaps. And that end there, look. That is a snap truss rod. And there you go, the state of a truss rod. I mean, look at it. But there you go, we've got a brand new one, which is going to go straight in there. We do have the 2 steel strips exposed here, 2 steel strips in there, but what I need to do is I need to get this all straight and cleaned out and tidied up. Then I need to repair this end. I'm going to repair this end with epoxy, both ends I'm going to repair with epoxy. And I'm going to sand it all flat. So I may glue this back on using epoxy rather than regular wood glue. There you go, so you can see the deck. We've got the middle piece out. Now this will all piece out. I've numbered everything. There you go, that's another piece here, just snapped. We're not worried about that. We'll get it all together. So I'm going to just number everything. 1, 2. I've got 3, 4, 5. 3, 4, and this bit 5. I'll put a line at the top to know which bit's top. So I've got all the bits numbered. So I'm about to piece this all back together. I can glue it back as one piece, or I can just get it all different pieces together. So, you know, I've done worse. I've had worse before. That's going to go in that way. So we know where we're going with all that. We can use that again. So that's it. I need to clear out this channel, which I'm going to do right now. Get all the glue out of there. That's just something I can use a flat end of a screwdriver. So I'm going to clear this channel out. It's not that bad actually. And yeah, what a massive job this has been, and it's the most difficult one I've ever done. You know, and it's getting to the thing, you know, where I'm not charging enough, but I can't really charge any more. I charged 500 quid for this job. Now this one, this is also having a refret and a new fingerboard on there, which I'm not charging for. If I was charging for it, it's going to be in excess of 800 quid. I'd be charging. You've got to ask yourself, is it worth spending that much? Could you get another neck? Don't think you can. But anyway, I'm clearing this channel. A lot of glue in here. I'm not going to everything out. Horrible things these Warwick makes. But I've just about got the channel cleared out, all the old glue's just about out. I'll get an air compressor in there, we'll clean everything up, let it all dry out. I'm going to start repairing this over the course of the next week or so. That's that channel cleaned. I do have some compressor here, cans, but that's it. So all I'm going to do for now, I'm going to work some little more bits on it off camera, but I've got to go. I've got other things to do today, so I'll be back a little bit later. So we are all in with this neck. Now I've got the middle, the middle piece, or skunk stripe, which I'll be using again. So I'm going to clean it up and glue it all back together, which is not going to be a problem. I've done it before. That bit goes there. I need to straighten these bits here. Got a couple of bits. I said I've got bits missing. We're not missing because we're here. But I'll glue it all back together. Get all clamps back straight. I've done this before. Getting it out was the main thing. Everything's numbered, so I know exactly where it goes. This end of a truss rod was all working, was fine. It's this end that had snapped. And the bend in there, bend is because it's what I used. I had to bend this up in certain ways to get the middle stripe out because it wouldn't come with so much glue in this area. So that's the truss rod gone. I mean, look at the state of it. But it had snapped at this end. There. And I've got the piece that snapped there. So we've got a new one. And that is just over here. So the fourth one I've replaced. So this is going to fit straight back in there, not a problem. But I do have quite a bit of repair to do. This will all come off, by the way. I've got quite a bit of repair to do on this one. This needs to come back just a little bit, so we get it all fitted in properly. It's a two-way truss rod, and there you go. This all fits, look, and it will fit. Guarantee it will fit. I just need to gouge a little bit more out at this end. But there you go. That's a truss rod, and it will fit. It'll all go in there. We can press all that down, what have you. That's not going to be a problem. And now I need to get the pigging thing out. So that's all for later on. Oh, there you go. Now I've done it. That's torn it. There you go. So I've got that out. I'm going to stick this back over there with the new fingerboard and the new fret wire I've got. So where am I with this right now? Well, I need to clear out all the old glue, and I'm using a screwdriver I no longer really use. And the glue, it's general PVA wool glue. It's Titebond actually. It's in there, so it's coming off pretty easily. And what we need to do is when we glue a new one in, we need to make sure we don't get glue all over the truss rod. Hold on, I'm just going off. It's not mine. So yeah, so I'm scraping all this glue out. This end to repair, a lot of wood missing. I'm just gonna, I may go wood glue epoxy, sorry, I may go wood dust and epoxy. I may go wood dust and Titebond, yeah, I don't know, I've not decided. Someone suggested I glue the fingerboard, a new fingerboard on with epoxy. I'm going to look into it. Now I've got the steel rods at this end, which is great. Stops the deck twisting this end, but it don't stop it twisting this end, does it? As is the case, again, with one of these. This is my fourth one. I've got 3 more in the queue. I could have had 7 or 8, but 3 people who inquired ran away when I told them how much I'm charging for it. I'll tell you now, 500 quid for this job plus the price of a truss rod. It's not expensive for the amount of hours I put in. Remember this one, I'm also doing a free refret and shaping and putting on a new fretboard for nothing. Only because this has taken so long, and I should have pulled my finger out a little bit more, even though I've been really busy. And I was off work ill, remember, until June this year, but you know, I don't mind. I offered to do it for nothing, the refret and shaping fingerboard, because it's more experience for me. It's a step into the tall building for me. Why am I faffing about like that? I've got a file here. Surely this will file off. I've got a safe edge there. So a safe edge to the base, so I'm not going to remove the material. Surely this is going to remove the glue better. Well, that's all the glue removed. I mean, how easy was that? Get this shit out of the way. I'm going to get a can of compressed air. So much fixing to do, especially this end and this end here. I don't want it wet, I want it dry. So there you go, that channel is now clean. So what I'm going to do now is, I'm going to do one final scrape. I'm going to turn my iron off. Some little excess bits just there, but that is fine. Well, it's a lot easier than scraping, wasn't it, using a file. So that channel will be ready now for the new truss rod. We get another blowout. Yeah, absolute bind to get this out, but we've got it all back, we've got it all out. The first one I ever did, I got it all out in one piece, so I expect it all to come out in one piece. It doesn't work like that, does it? Right, so I've got number 5, number 3, number 2, number 1, just missing number 4. Number 4 is here. And what I do is I put a line on the top to show which way it goes. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Need to repair all of these areas. Need to get this one clamped straight, this one clamped straight, clamp that end straight, glue that little piece back on there. I'll just go with wood glue with tight bond. We'll get this all back in one piece, and this will all fit again. It'll fit back in here. Look at that, it just fits more or less perfect. Anyway, I am going to slightly scrape the edges just to remove any excess glue. I don't want a loose fit, but it doesn't have to be mega tight. That will go back in there. No problem, there you go, look at that, it's beautiful. Nice fit that is. So I'm going to get this all repaired up, and that'll be it on this one for a day or two. I've got other things to do. I do want to get all this repaired. I'm going to let this dry out, get all these areas repaired. Once this is all repaired, I'll get it dead straight on the jig, and then we're going to take a sanding beam and we're going to level the whole top of this, not removing any material as such. We're just going to get it all leveled off, ready for the new fingerboard. So let me show you the new fingerboard. The new one, blank, is wider than the original because I want to shape it to size. I still have my pilot hole there and my pilot hole there, so that's going to be good. So we're just going to check the length and check that everything fits. It is wider than it needs to be. I will wrap the edges off once it's on there, but that is good. So we are going to have a new neck, and you see the piece of wenge here. It's slightly thicker than that, but that's radius, that isn't. So I've got to radius this bit yet. So yeah, so we're going to be good, and I'm going to refret it. I've got fret wire also. So let's show where we are. It's all about getting this back in exactly the same place. So the pilot, I'll drill through that pilot hole and that pilot hole and match it up with what's on the neck anyway. We'll be able to get that in there. Fret wire, very, very similar. Couldn't get exact. There you go, got this from Stumac. You can't get the Gold Evo anymore. This is from Stumac. It's just a little bit smaller than the original, but that's fine. That's fine. So I've got a good height to it. So you know, we can move on with this in a couple of days. Okay, fret friends, next part of this whole process is quite critical. I need to maintain, or need to make sure that I have the neck secure, which I have. We have it strapped in to the neck support, that we have it straight, which we do, supported by these steel rods, 5 of them in fact. We have it secured at this end, tied down by some rubber strapping. So it's not going to move, but we need to ascertain that it is as straight as we can get it. And for that, measuring that, I have my Veritas, made in Canada, straight edge. This is a precision straight edge, probably one of the straightest edges you can get on the planet. And I've checked right down the middle, and it's straight, right down the middle, this side of the truss rod channel, and it's just about straight. Then right on the edge on the far side, coming in a straight line, right alongside, about a centimetre away from the middle channel. Again, that is as straight as we're going to get it. And this side, same again, and we have a little bit of a gap there and here. But what I'm going to do is, this is what I'm going to call my level. I do have some stuff here that's higher up, so it needs sanding down. Now, what I'm going to have to do also is, there are areas I need to fill here. I need to fill here, and I need to fill these two. There's a channel here where the 2 steel rods are. There's a steel rod running there and a steel rod there. I'm going to fill these sides as well. So what I'm going to, and there's a big gouge out here which I'm also going to fill, and under this part here. And I'm not going to hide the fact that this has been butchered and repaired. Well, not so much butchered, but it's going to be repaired. So I'm not going to hide the fact that I'm using epoxy glue. So with that, rather than fill all these with wood dust, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to fill with epoxy until we've got it perfectly flat. In fact, slightly proud. Once it's slightly proud, I'm going to sand it perfectly flat with the epoxy there. And when I glue the fingerboard on, I'm going to do something I've never done before, and I'm going to glue the fingerboard back on using epoxy, not wood glue, because there's quite a lot of areas I have to repair. So once I've applied the epoxy in here and filled all the places I need to fill, I'm going to let it dry, let it set, and I'm going to sand all this down using a levelling beam with sandpaper on there, and we're going to get it precision flat, or as flat as we can. Once we've got it flat, we're going to put the new truss rod in. I'm going to rebuild the centre strip. I'm actually going to say it's in 5 pieces. I'm going to soak it in water so it softens, and then I'm going to straighten it all in a vise. Once I've got all the pieces straight, I'm going to glue them back together, and we're going to put that centre strip back in on top of the truss rod. So still a lot more work to be done. Once that's done, I'm going to try and true the neck both sides. It does have a slight kink in it on the far side, leaning slightly that way. I may just put the fingerboard on and just true it all up later on by just shaving a little bit off this side. It's what I've done before. End of the day, it's about getting the neck done proper. So a lot of work still to be done on this one, but I've decided rather than fill it with wood dust and what have you and try and make it look perfect, I'm going to use epoxy. You may see it, you may not, I don't know. If you can, I'll not be too bothered, but when it comes to doing the edges back here and filling any edges in, I will be using wood dust, so you are not going to see any of the seams anyway. So this is where we are at the moment. What a big job this has been, but yeah, beautiful. We're as true as we could be on this, so I'm quite happy with where we are right now. Good fun, guys. Right, the camera is miles away from where I'm working, but I didn't want to move the camera because that's where I have it set up for filming my regular videos on my regular workbench. So I'm just going to show where we are with this base, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to steam some heat into the neck, just to get, because this is the position I want it in. It's as straight as I want it, and it's exactly set how I need it to be. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to steam, I'll just get some heat in there and just steam it as it is, ready for sanding level. And it's about as level as I'm going to get it. And so what I'm going to just steam some heat in there just to get it to hold in that position, and then it should hold in that position without these steel rods underneath, but I'm still going to keep the steel rods here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a trusty old tea towel, stick it in some water, and I'm going to get some steam into that neck, and some heat and some steam. before I add any glue to it or anything. Just want to coax it to stay this shape. So I'm going to get my trusty tea towel, like so. I'm going to get my red hot iron that's been heating up, and I'm just going to heat up the neck as it is. And I will also then let it dry naturally as it is. I can feel the heat come through just a little bit. And this is what we want to be doing. And again, we're going to repeat. I'm just going to take a few passes to get some decent heat in there. And we're going to let it dry naturally. And that gives us a solid base for reshaping. Now I do know this has got a slight warp that way. It comes out a little bit in the middle. We're going to work around that. I'm still going to stick the fingerboard on as it is because there's enough overlap to sort that out. And what we'll do is we'll straighten the neck sides once we've got the fingerboard glued back on. And I can feel the heat underneath the neck, which is brilliant. So make sure I've not twisted that in with ever slight kink, and that's beautiful. So what I'm going to want to do now is just get a little bit more in this end, a bit more water, guys. Massive job this. What you do is, one thing I've learned from experience is don't be scared of what you're doing. Have faith in what you're doing. Stick to the plan. Now, I didn't know that the fingerboard was going to be a complete bitch to get off. And it was going to all rip and break, which it did. It means next time I do one, I'm going to mention this to the clients and say, look, that's what I did. It cost me an extra 15 hours, which I didn't charge for. I ended up doing a refret and everything. And it could happen. It could happen that the fingerboard is no good. It might be a complete bastard to get off. Some of them will come off quite easily. It's just this one was a complete swine. And that's why I've got all this extra work. But trust in the process. I've learned, this has all been trial and error on these necks. This is the 4th one I've done. And I've got more queued up. You know, but just explain to your client, if it does go wrong, it's a chance we take. I had an agreement with this one, it was going to pay me a nominal amount if it wasn't doable at the end, and that's something I've got to stop doing. The risk has to be with the client, not with me, because this is so much work. You know, and I've got to be paid for my efforts. But I'm happy with this one. This one would have cost the client £620, but that's including all the bits and the new fretboard and the fret wire. So he's got a great deal. And I'm happy to do it because it gives me, you know, it's another notch. It's another great project I've done. And it's good for my portfolio. But you don't want to get to the stage where it's, you know, it's the same price to replace a neck as it is to pay for the job. By rights, I should have been charging near 900 quid for this, but I'm sure you can get a replacement neck for that, can you? I don't know, got no idea. So that is steamed. We've got heat all through the wood there. Now there is a crack here, which I'm going to fill and clamp later on, because the wood has perished a little bit there, but we're not bothered about that. We'll get all that fixed and get it all sorted out. I'm happy that there's no twist in that neck. There was a slight one. What I need to do is I need to get something in this channel and get it, soak all this water up now. Iron can go off. Use that as much as I need to use it today. And that's as difficult as that part of the process or that part of the job is. It's just about getting some heat in there and letting the neck sit overnight, let it dry naturally. And then once the clamps and everything's off, that's its position. The neck is now set. So I'm just going to get some in here just to soak up all this extra moisture in there. Get it out and let it dry. I'm going to get an air compressor on this in a minute and we're going to blow all this wetness out. In fact, I'm going to do that right now. It's a lot quicker than wiping it out, isn't it? I say air compressor, I have cans of compressed air. They're fantastic. I'm going to let this just settle overnight now. Tomorrow, I'm going to come in, I'm going to fill all the areas I need to fill with epoxy. Be very careful around this area where the truss rod goes. I've got to fill this area, I've got a couple of divots to fill, I've got where the steel rods are to fill. Like I said, against my initial wishes, I'm going to be epoxying the fingerboard back on this guitar, but we need to get the neck straight enough. So this is compressed air, blowing all the water out there. I've got all that out. What a project. You see, your money in this game, your money is in setups. You charge 50 quid for a setup, 90 minutes. You do 4 or 5 a day. It's 250 quid a day. This has taken me months for 500 quid. So there's a fret level pre-crown and polish, and the setup's going to take me 4 hours for 135 quid. Now, there's no money in this game. There's certainly no money in Lutheran, in building guitars, as a private builder, and if you're charging £4,000, £5,000, £6,000 for a guitar. I've got my friend Mike down at Stonewolf Guitars, he's not making any money making guitars because he's not selling that many. Since Brexit, it's screwed him right up. But that's it, it's the price we pay for Brexit, so you perhaps have voted to leave the biggest single market on the planet. Thanks a lot. You idiots. Right, we're just going to check whether the truss rod fits. Of course, I know it fits. Sometimes I have to force them in a little bit at that end, but no problem there. We need to do a little bit of digging out, but we'll be fine. There should be a 5mm truss rod adjuster, which they are. I think that actually goes in the other way, because we don't want to be. And what we'll do is, once this is in position, we do actually tap this down and knock it in. Like so. And that's it. That will be your truss rod in where it needs to be. So that all fits in there beautifully. We're putting the same thing down the centre channel. We're removing this bit of tape down here. So there you go. So we know that fits. Like I say, I should know how these work. I'll probably not fit them in. And I have more on the way. I've had inquiries for 3 or 4 more, but 2 of them didn't get back to me once I mentioned the price. Which, to me, is surprising, because the new neck's going to cost you 1,200 quid, if you can get one. If you can get one, that is. There's a lot of repairing to do down this end. This has all got to be built up with epoxy. And what we'll do is, if there's any gaps in the edges, which there will be afterwards, we are going to fill in with wood dust and super glue. So you're not going to see any repairs anyway. A few things I need to do on here, I need to get off. There's a couple of bits I need to get off here. So this one needs to be scraped. It's going to be sanded down. That's why I've just steamed everything, just ready for sanding all this down. But I'm going to fill all the areas with epoxy that need filling first. We get all the areas filled. I'll be doing that tomorrow, as well as doing a refret on another guitar. So it's all systems go here tomorrow. So I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a big day. I'm really looking forward to it. So that's it on this one for tonight. Like I say, I just want to check that we've got that alignment right. Yeah, that is perfectly flat. Right on this. I'm really happy with how that's gone. It should be drying nicely. It's still warm. Still very warm. I'm really, really pleased with that. It's very warm there, but you've got these steel rods here. If it's steel rods all the way down, you won't have a problem with the net, would you? But this one's snap truss rod. So that's on this one for tonight. This is going to be a super video. It's going to be about a 5-hour long video, this one. I might have to do it in 2 parts. We'll have to see. Welcome back, for it, friends. I'm going to be mixing a daft amount of epoxy in a moment to fill all these areas I need to fill on this guitar neck. It has stayed straight. It's now cool and dry. And I have bunged up some of the holes. I don't need to get any glue in. Using some of my own business cards, wrapped round, crammed full of toilet tissue to give me the shape I need. And I'm going to be mixing up some epoxy right here, right now. It's 30-minute epoxy. Called 30-minute epoxy because it takes 30 minutes for it to set. And I'm going to mix up more than I need. Equal amount of hardener and resin. Equal-ish amounts. That was pretty good. Looks pretty good there. Maybe a little bit more of the other one in a moment. I'll know for equal amounts once they settle. There seems to be a lot more of this stuff left. That should be about right. Quite happy with that. I'm going to give it a good mix. I don't know if we're going off here. If I haven't, I'll mix some more. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get this all in the places I need it to be. I'll come back, take it off for a walk and come back and see how we are. So, any excess we're going to, so I need to get this underneath there. This is going in the channel where the steel rods are. And it gets in there, we'll scrape it all out there. I've got a big thick gouge down there. I've not mixed it before, but that's okay. Maybe I have. Like I said, I'll mix some more up in a bit. Let's go slightly proud of where we need to be. Because if it's too much, we're going to sand it off in a bit. So that is probably as much as I need to do. It's really sticky stuff, this. I'll come back 40 minutes or so, have a check, see where we are. If I need to mix some more up, I'll mix some more up. That's looking like we've got plenty on there. Ah, we've got more than we need, look at this. Need to get another good bit in there. Don't think I've got enough to spread. Oh, I have. Look at this. Oh, that looks good to me. I'm going to grab me some wipe-uppy paper. We're going to come back and refill some areas a little bit later on. This area, for instance, this has just got to be built up and built up. It's going to take a few goes to get this bit right, I think. But for now, that's good enough for me. Also, I've just thrown a load of this in the bins. I can use all this for the clean up right now. I'll clean up my spatula, homemade spatula. I'll be using that again later. We're doing a lot of glue jobs today. I'm doing, I've got a refit to do after I've done this. So I'm going to need this bench. That's why I'm doing this now, going out. I'm coming back in a bit. I know I've got far too much glue on there, but that's fine. Just build up and build up. That's looking pretty good. So I'm going to leave that 40-45 minutes, maybe longer. We'll come back and see how we are in a short while. So with the glue dry, still a lot of work to be done. I've got a levelling beam here. Don't even know what paper's on it. I think it's around 20 or 180 grit, not quite sure. But I've already been sanding the top. I'm just going to give it a brush off. Then we're just going to level it all off. And there are going to be bits that haven't been filled in yet that will need filling in later at the edge once we've got the fingerboard on. Like these bits here, there's bits missing, so we're going to have to fill it in from that way. But what I'm doing at the moment is getting all this glue I've put on there, filing all that down and getting it all down there because it's all quite high over these edges here, so we've got a lot of sanding to do. And it's going to take me a while. To get back down to the actual level of the wood itself. It may take me to get with another sanding block with some 80 grit on there and get all this stuff that's sticking up at the top moved off on its own, because some of this is still really quite high, especially down here. We've already touched it yet. So a lot of work to be done. I can't think of any better way to do it than this. So that's just how it is. I could remove, if I take a coarse file like this and start bringing the glue down, then it becomes a bit easier. And that is working. Like I say, it's going to take a long time to get this all the way down because it's nowhere near level or smooth just yet. Maybe I could scrape, I don't know. See if I've got a scraper anywhere. I've got stuff I can use as a scraper. That may work slightly better. But a lot of work to be done. Maybe I'll be better off with a sander, I don't know. So a lot of work to be done on that. Oh, the scraper idea works. So I'm going to go along using the scraper idea for a while. I'm still not convinced using epoxy was the best idea. I'll stick to the sanding. May need to change this over, it seems a little bit like it's not up to standard, this sandpaper. I do have more. But this is just scraping straight off now, so I'm not convinced epoxy is the best idea. I never thought it was. So let me keep sanding it and see where we are in a short while. I moved over to my main bench because I've got to be quite brutal with this because I wasn't looking at gluing all of this, I was just looking at filling in this trough where we lost the wood, and that's what I've done. So I've hit it with a scraper and scraped all the excess glue away. Now I'm going to hit it with a file, like so. Just smoothing it all off. And you see this is the area I've filled, and that is now where that hole once was, that trough was, it's now full. So we're getting to where we need to be. So epoxy was the right choice because look at that, it even looks like wood. Don't go too much against the grain. But I'll come back with a sanding beam once I've got this, the whole length all down to where it needs to be. Like here, there's a lot of excess glue here, and again that needs to be scraped. So I'm using a precision fret rocker to scrape away the excess glue, and I've got to do the same at this end, and it is working. It's just going to take, it's a lot quicker than sanding, and it's going to take a long time for me to do this because the epoxy is really set. Well, it's actually still in the process of setting. But most of this stuff on the top is going to be removed. It's the underneath where we've filled, where the steel rods and that are. So I'll probably go and look for a better scraper than this in a minute, because it's scraping but it's not doing that brilliantly. I must have something better in the workshop somewhere. I'm going to nip down to Wickes and buy something. is working, look. And we really are getting there now, look. And again, the areas we've filled are these channels where the two steel rods are. One there and one here. Still needs a bit more filling, but when we come to gluing on the fingerboard, all of this, any areas that are not filled will be filled again. Now this has all been filled with epoxy here, that's why I had those bits of paper and stuff paper, just to make sure we maintain the shape for the truss rod. This one is a little bit more work, but it's not bad at all, but this one is perfect. I'm going to bring the camera down and show you where we are. Let me just get some compressed air and blow it out. Like I say, this is one of these Rome wasn't built in a day scenarios. Tremendous amount of work this still needs. But we like tremendous work in this place. And the truss rod channel is beautiful. Now remember, I just scraped this channel out before. So let me just bring the camera over and show you I've reshaped this bit where the truss rod's going to go. And to some extent this side. So I'm going to do a little bit of scraping to do on this far one. Because there's still some excess, there you go, I've got the excess glue out right there. A little bit of excess glue in there, but I don't think it's going to get in the way of a truss rod. In fact, there you go, we've got it out now. And this is all looking tickety-boo down here. And that is just about as perfect, so I'm going to get it down this end. So let me bring the camera over and just show you where we are. Just move my toolbox out of the way. I've got to go back to the other bench with a different guitar shortly because I'm doing a refret. But let me just unplug the camera. So it's now just running on battery mode. I'm sorry about the unprofessionalism here, but what else can I do? So let's have a look, see where we are. So here we go. So we are taking you to where we are with the truss rod channel. And we're still a bit missing there. I can't do anything about that. I'll just leave it as is and just hope everything holds, and I'm sure it will do because I've done all this before. But have a look at this end where I've reshaped the truss rod area, this area here. And that's all been reshaped. This has all been built up with epoxy here. Again, these channels with the steel rods have been built up with epoxy. I'm sorry I've got a bit more to scrape out, but this is where we are. Anything at this end I'll tidy up once we get the fingerboard glued back on. There's going to be bits I've got to replace here. I'll replace that from the side once the fingerboard's back on. Because the fingerboard is not going to stick to that edge, there's going to be a gap, but I'll fill it with dust and glue. And we'll make that look fantastic. But there you go, the truss rod channel. The shape I've rebuilt here is wonderful. I'm coming down all the way. I've rebuilt this area too with epoxy. Still need to do a little bit more sanding and filing in that area. But there you go. So I'm going to put the camera back, so I'm going to turn it off now. And there we are, the camera set back up. And again, all this, hit it with a flat file first, before we come in it with the sanding beam. But again, more scraping to be done. I've actually got old versions of this. This is a precision, well, it was a precision tool. Fortunately, I've got a few of these. I don't need to be using that one though. I've got older ones than that. I think we'll use something old if I can find anything. Maybe I threw them away. I might have thrown them away. Looks like I have. So, what else I have? Got something else better for a scraper, surely. Doesn't look like I have, not to hand anyway. I'm not using a chisel. So I'll carry on with this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to actually score into it that way, and that'll help me remove. There you go. This doesn't even want to be, it knows it doesn't want to be there. And that makes the scraping a lot easier because now the glue is coming straight off. What we're going to need is we just need a flat base to put the fingerboard back onto. So let me give us a scrape. Put some scratches in there, it just seems to remove easier. And now it's coming off so much easier. So I'm going to crack on with this. It's boring for you lot to watch this, so I'm going to crack on with this. Excuse me. And once I've removed all the excess I need to remove, we'll get back with the sanding beam. We'll get this sanded flat ready for the new fretboard. So when you get to the stage I'm at, even better, you can take a Stanley blade and you can start scraping down the centre and seeing if you really need to do any more work to get it straight, especially on this axis on that plane. If there's any more glue you need to remove. And best thing to do is just follow the channel, the truss rod channel, all the way up to the end as much as you can, then come to the edges, and this will let you know if you need to remove anything else, because if it's not smooth you need to keep removing glue. So that is telling me we're pretty much where we need to be, and that feels nice. Starting to feel smooth. There's a little bit of a couple of bumps in here. There's a bump there where there's probably glue missing. I ain't going to worry about that because this channel is going to be filled, and I'm going to put excess epoxy on here when I glue the fingerboard back on. But this is telling me now I need to hit this again with sandpaper on that leveling beam I was using earlier. But this feels pretty good. Still removing excess, so and you'll feel it, you'll know when you need to stop. We're getting very, very close to where we are, or where we need to be, should I say. So that is feeling pretty good. So I will take my Veritas straight edge. That's not it, it's back in this pack, and I will have a look to see where we are. Precision piece of kit this. So I'm going to straight down the length of the neck, right on the channel, and that is saying dead straight on that side. And it's saying dead straight on this side, certainly straight enough to accept a fingerboard. Now the fingerboard I'm going to radius off of the neck. I'm going to glue it on once it's been radius, and let's have a look, see where we are there. And we do have a little bit of relief, so I need to sand down this end just a little tiny bit of relief there. Again, no great shakes, I could set it, square it all up once the fingerboard's on, not a problem. That is saying, again, a tiny bit of relief. So it's saying there's probably a little bit of excess wood at this end, which is fine, which I expect, because I did build this up with epoxy here, and I've probably overdone it just a little bit, and that's fine because I can just take this file and just give it some. I'll remove a little bit more, and we are getting back to bare wood there, so it means the epoxy has done its job. And we're still a little bit high there, I can tell we're a little bit high. But so far so good, I'm really happy with how this has gone. And there you go. Well, it's certainly dead straight there. Certainly straighter there now. Fantastic news. So a little bit of relief there. So it means I just need to take a pinch off here. It could be. I've got a lump up here somewhere. I can feel something. There's a bit of a hump up here. So we are going to get the sanding beam back on up at this end. Anyway, that's enough of this type of work for the video, so I'm not going to film any more of this. I'm going to get it all trued up. Once it's trued up, I'll come back and show you. I'll just dry fit in the truss rod, make sure everything fits snugly, and it does all the way along. Just a little bit on this close side here, slightly higher than I'd like it to be, so I'm just going to dig out a little on this side. So we're just going to remove the truss rod, and it's just a matter of going with a scraper. You can normally go with a screwdriver, but I'm going to go with this scraper just to eke out anything that may be stopping. Like I may have got some glue spilt in there, which we certainly did on the other side, which I've scraped out. And there's that, let's hear that there. That's a little bit that it's catching on, I think. So we're just going to get into there. There's a little lip there. And it's imperative we get this right. We're going to go in that way. And there you go, and we are now under both sides. So I'm happy to move on. There you go, that's beautiful. So we have a fitting, or a fitted truss rod. Don't worry about it popping up here, we've got that middle gubbins to put in, and what I am going to do is I'm going to move the tape along to this end. It's not tape, it's just this. I'm going to have that at that end there, so it's all covered this end. Reason being, definitely not going to get any glue in this end, this far end. very happy with where we are right there. What I'll do with this end is I'll stick some tape over here, because the wood channel stops here, I believe. It starts right at this end and it finishes right at this end. There's going to be a little gap. We don't want to be getting any glue dropping in to anything. So that fits wonderful. So all I need to do now is sand this back level. Got a couple of bumps I can feel here. And once it's done, we're going to be ready for the fingerboard. So we're getting very close to where we need to be. Beautiful. So we've now got just about a perfectly smooth surface for sticking the fingerboard back on, sticking the new fingerboard on here. A little bit of unevenness around this area, but nothing we can't sort out. There is going to be gaps, like I said, along this area where I had to prise the fingerboard off, but I'm going to grab my precision straight edge again and just check how straight we are. And it's as straight as we're going to get it. And we are precision straight down the middle. And that's wonderful. And we're going to check just here. But we've still got a tiny bit of relief. I am not worried about that at all, because our level is going to be the frets. And just check here. There you go. Hardly anything under there. So we've evened this area out. Everything feels good. The truss rod fits nicely. I filled in this area just a little, and the area up here which needs a little bit more filling. I just keep checking with the truss rod itself that everything fits. Nice clean channel, and everything fits there. That is beautiful. Just making sure everything is underneath, which it is. But this one, this side is slightly higher than the other, but I'm going to make sure that we can work the truss rod with it in the slot. And we can. And that's perfect. And I'm really happy with that. So next part of the process, I'm going to repair the centerpiece to fill in here, to fill this slot. Once I've repaired that, we're going to get that glued back in. I might just force it in without gluing it. We'll see how we go. And once that's done, we can sand the top again. Make sure everything's good to go. Just press everything in here, not in that one, it's not the right one. I would like something with a flat tip. I don't know, I do have something with a flat tip, but that is better. And that is perfect. I'm really happy with that. Everything has gone back together there. So yeah, really good. I've just lined up the new fingerboard on the neck, and we are a little bit close on this side, a bit closer on this side, so we do have a slight, very slight bend. But what I'm going to do is I'll take that out when I get the fingerboard back on. So drilled the holes for the locator pins, which lined up with the original holes on there. So we've got the locator pins in, so that is positioned exactly where it needs to be. So if we remove these pins, or we'll just remove this as is, there you go. I'll keep hold of these locator pins. These are just 2 snaps drill bits from a while ago. These are what I always use for locator pins, so they go in that magnetic pot there. So we now know where this is going to sit. And then we'll have to dress the edges. The fingerboard is wider than the neck, it's how I asked for it. We've filled in all the areas that needed filling in on here. Like this had a big gouge in it, that's now gone. We just filled in with epoxy, as I mentioned before. little bit of a divot there. I'm not going to fill that just yet. We'll wait until we've got the stripe back in with the new truss rod. The truss rod is over here. Just keep checking the truss rod for fit. Definitely goes in this way. That's the wrong way, goes in the opposite way. Anyway, bear with me a second because my wife's just walked in, so she's going to shout. So, very happy with the way the truss rod fits. It's in there nice and snug. That is slightly beneath where we need to glue. We'll be filling this trough again. I will put a little bit of tape just over here, just so we don't get glue onto any of these parts here. So that'll be just a matter of a tiny bit of masking tape just on that bit, stop any glue getting in. We'll put the centre stripe back in there. I think we're gonna. I mean, getting away with it is one of the. It's probably as close an expression of anything, but we are going to get away with it. I think we're going to make absolutely fine. So really pleased how it's gone. So that's something we're going to do another day. I'm going to move on to another project for the time being and crack on with this later this week. So I did say I'm going to blob off this one for a couple of days, and I am, but what I have done is I've lined up the new fingerboard. I marked tape where the old fingerboard was by lining up the old fingerboard on the neck, and I've removed it. I've set this one so I need to shave a tiny bit off that edge there. There's a little bit overlapping just on that far side. I could probably hit that with a file or something. I've just got a hecking splinter in my thumb. I do this all the time. I'm going to dig it out in a minute, get a pin on that without a dug out. I think I've got just about right out anyway, have I? No, yeah, no. Let's get it out live on here. Is that it? Have we got it? Yeah, we got it. Popped it, look. I think we've got it all. If not, we'll dig it out in a bit. So that's all ready. So I'm going to move this one out of the way. I've got a refret to do, which I'm going to do in a minute. On a Gretsch. I'm going to put this one away. This is going to go on another piece of board. I'm going to get this radiused before I glue it on. Once it's radiused, then we're going to glue it on here. Then we're going to shave off these sides, get it all matched up, and then I'm going to refret it. So a lot of work to be done on that one, but like I said, I'm going to move this one out of the way now. This one's off the bench for a few days because I've got other work I must be continuing with. So before we stick the new fretboard onto the neck, we need to radius it because it's just a flat piece. So to radius it, I built this contraption a while ago. This is for doing strap necks for re-radiusing a board. This also works on just a flat board, and what we're going to do is we're going to align this, put a strip of regular masking tape down the centre, thick piece. I'll put the same masking tape each side of this on the back. And what we'll do is we'll double side sticky tape, and we'll get this in these channels centred, squared up, so we can follow the line. And what we're going to do is these channels are a specific width apart for a special reason, and that is to accommodate a levelling beam, not a levelling beam, a radius beam. And I have a set of radius beams here from Philadelphia Luthier Tools and Supplies in America, based in America. And I got a set of 6 of these, and they cost me a pretty packet. I think they cost me £50–60 each. And that's a 14-inch radius, and one we're going to go with. And this fits this channel. So when we've got sandpaper on there, I'll fix an handle on there, again using double-sided sticky tape, and I can just up and down with this, and we can radius this piece of flat wood. So that's how that's going to work. That is matching a 14-inch radius. I'll probably go with a 12 a little bit just to get started, but I need to get this all set up. I need to get everything affixed, measured up, and put in a straight line, blah blah blah, as you do. Once that's done, I'll be able to radius this piece of wood, this fingerboard, and once it's done, we can come and glue it onto the neck. So we're taped up like so, and the reason we tape up is when it comes to removing this from here, we just peel up this tape And we can just, because it's only masking tape underneath, we'll just peel off this. So the double-sided sticky tape is going to go on that side and on this side, and it's not going to leave any residue on the fingerboard because we're just going straight down the centre. I'll show you exactly how it's going to work by getting the double-sided sticky tape. Seeing if I can get 2 pieces of this on, which I cannot. So we're going to go with the thinner stuff. And again, really simple. And we're not going to go right to the very, well, we might go right to the very end, see where we are. But all we're going to do is take this all the way down, like so. Like this. And again, on this side. All the way there, and this is where, which we've got no air bubbles trapped, and we haven't. And that is it. So when it comes to laying this down, I'm going to peel off the top layer. We're just going to stick this to that tape, like so. So what I'll do is I'll have markers either side just to centralise everything so I know exactly where it's going to go, so we can't go offline. And we're going to get a perfect radius down the whole length. So you've seen how that's going to work. I will get everything measured up, everything cut, everything marked out. And we'll get this stuck down. We can set the we'll get the radius beam set. I'm going to use the 12 and a 14. We'll go with 12 first to remove the edge, most of the edges, and I'm going to finish off using the 14. So yeah, there you go. Pretty straightforward. And how do I make sure that this is central, by the way? Well, quite easy. I fixed 2 10mm drill bits either side of where they fit. And this side I've got the same thickness fret rocker with a business card each side, and that stops that moving also. So that is where I need to lay the fingerboard. And if this moves or falls over like it has done, all I'm going to do with this is just get a little bit of tape. And we'll take these up like so, and we'll sort of remove them after we've got everything in position. So we're just going to go there, there, take that on there. So with this one, again, grab some tape. That holds those in position. I can remove this once this is fixed. And we are just going to take that, slide it right up to the end, and there you go. So that is perfectly lined. It may not look it at this end, but that's because the tape is not central, so I did it freehand. So I can now remove. We can peel off the double-sided sticky tape like so. Hopefully it will come off in one go. Can be problematical with this stuff. I made this myself. Maybe I saw the idea somewhere in the past. I thought, what do I need to do to go to radius properly? And that's what came into my mind. I've cut my fingernails, so I can't grab this at the moment. There you go. So we're going to remove that's a double-sided sticky tape. And bring this up to the end, like so. right about far enough. Something's gone wrong there. We'll take it back up. Let's try it this way. Maybe if I move that out of the way, it'll help. Make sure we're all good, both ends, which we are. Holding it. Ah, that's because of the tape, that's why. I need to get under the tape, didn't I? And there we are, guys. We are fixed. And now it's just a matter of removing the tape. Just cards of the tape can go in the bin. Fret rockers. Keep the fret rockers, eh? Business card's fine. Drill bits are still intact, of course. So this is all done on the fly. I don't know any prep work. That's why these videos are long-winded. But there you go. May not look it because of that blue line being out of whack, but that is perfectly central, perfectly square. And when we come to radius in, we're going to be perfect. There's a bit of an overlap there, so I've got to be a little bit careful. Yeah, look at that, it's going to be absolutely fine. So we're going to radius this board perfectly. Once that's done, we can glue it to the neck. I'm going to do this off camera. You don't really need to see me sanding that. You know how it works. So I'm starting off with a 12 radius because that was going to bring more off the edge. Because it's slightly rounder, and then I'm going to finish off with a 14. Now this is a much longer one, so it'll work a lot better, but this is just to get me started. And I'm going to concentrate more on the thicker end because it's going to remove stuff from here quicker. So just a matter of being patient with this. It's going to be a lot of work. The best way I've got of doing this is, because doing it that way is going to take me forever, so it's just a matter of let it slide. We can flip around. I'm just going to eyeball, keep checking the progress. It's going to take a while, so I'll probably get some more coarse paper on this 14, which I'm going to have a look at in a moment. I'm just going to clean this off. I'm going to get some paper on there. I'm hoping I've got some really coarse grit, which I probably have. I'll have a look in a second. Just going to give us a clean. And I'll show how I set this up in a short while. I'm going to need you right now. So clean with naphtha. Naphtha over here is basically Zippo lighter fluid. And that's clean, ready for sandpaper. Now I will be using masking tape to line everything. In fact, I may as well show you how that works right now. I'm going to set it up if I'm not already. So we're just going to tape over the ends. Makes it so we can remove the tape easier later. And the reason we go on masking tape is it's easier to peel off masking tape than it is double-sided sticky tape. Why would you make your job more difficult? a matter of getting this as close together as possible without overlapping. So I'll maintain that radius. I've actually got too short there, could you believe it? Can't you believe that? Let's get rid of that one. Now the tape is ripped. This does happen occasionally. It happened a few times. I'm going to look at what tape I'm buying. I've nipped myself a little. Happens. And again the tape is ripped again. So I'm going to look at the tape I'm buying and avoid this brand by the looks of things, because it's ripping in the wrong place. Let's do it again, look. That means we've got an overlap here somewhere. Maybe a glue bleb got on there or something, but it keeps ripping. So that is not good. Take time. As you can see, it's going to be a little bit tricky. It doesn't matter that we've got a little bit of a overlap here, we just fold in. And when we get to these corners, we can just nip off with the scissor. Like so. I'm going to do an overlap anyway. I always do 2 layers of this, just so it creates, so we don't maintain this gap. There's a very, very small gap. What I'm going to do is I'm going to come inside here and create an overlap. Like so. So now we don't have that gap. It's filled and maintain the radius. You need good eyesight for this. like I say, make sure you're not overlapping. Again, fold. And that creates our base for sticking on sandpaper. Now fortunately I have two sets of radius beams, so I can have different grits of sand on each, or I can change it as I need to. Better to have two sets, I think, and you're not constantly changing paper. So that's how I set up my beam, and then I'm going to grab my double-sided. I'm going to set up the double-sided. Yeah, pretty much the same thing. The double sided I do it slightly different. I use different width tape. So I'm going to go with two of the 1 inch on one of the, I believe this is 19mm. With the 19, we're going to have a little bit of a gap. That's fine. Not much of a gap. We're still going to get the radius. So that's a double-sided, and we just fold over, maintaining the radius. And then I've got to check what grits of paper I have in stock. I'm going to go with something round. If I've got some 120, fantastic, because this will remove a lot of material on my sandpaper here. So I'll see what I've got in stock. I'll cut it all down to size. We'll get this peeled off and we'll get it stuck down. Even better, I've got some stuff on a roll, but the roll, the biggest grit I've got is 240, or the most coarse grit I've got is 240. Enough. I'll see what I've got in here. I may have to nip out to B&Q or somewhere. I haven't got enough on there. Whatever I need. That's of course, that's 40. That is going to remove a lot of material in a short space of time. I may actually go with that. One piece there. We'll join two pieces together, which we can do. That is going to do the job. It's going to do a splendid job. I'm not going to cut 3 pieces, I'm going to go with 2 pieces this way. So that's what I'm going to do with this. We'll meet it and match it up in the middle. Don't need to go with full width because the fingerboard is not the full width. So let's see where we are. there you go. So I'm going to trace down there, cut the pieces, we're going to get it stuck to there, and I will have a sanding beam. I've got overlap, so I've got enough to fold over it, just that's fine. So I'm going to crack on, get this done. Once it's done, we can move on to the 14 with the 40 grit, and we can start removing some material. And just finishing off, got a nice match in the middle, which is great. And we just, when we get to the ends, we just tear, just so we can match that radius. 5 or 6 tears in there. And there is our 40 grit, 14-inch sanding beam. How good is that? And this, I believe, is going to remove material. Now I need to trim off this edge here, otherwise it's not going to fit inside. So we have a bit of an overlap, so I need to get that off. Didn't consider that. I do have knives knocking about here, which I'm going to go to another bench. I've got a surface where I can just trim off this excess on the edges, something I hadn't considered earlier. And I think this is where we are, this is where we need to be. Yeah, this is good enough. So I'll crack on, get this done. Once it's done, I'll bring you back in. To make my job easier, I've lightly clamped to the end of the bench. I've also lined my guitar mat, as I always do, with some, I have a big roll of paper like you see in surgeries and such like for the couches there. So that's it, we're nice and sturdy, not too much pressure on there, so we're not altering anything. And I'm now able to just work the sanding beam like so. Concentrate a little bit more on this end because it's wider, so it's going to need more work. This is going to need less work. But I'll keep coming back and checking my progress, checking where we're hitting. It doesn't seem to be moving that much material, but it will get there. It's just going to take time. I can think of no other way to do this job than the way I'm doing it, so I've got to put the time in. That's just one of those things. So back in a while. Just showing how I've altered the radius beam, and I've stuck to it a handle just out of a piece of 3x2, or well 3x, was it 3x1? A piece of wood. Anyway, I just knock it about. I use for clamping. Double side sticky tape. I put masking tape on the beam, and I've just got, and this just works so much better because I'm able to press down also. So this is going to create the radius much quicker. And again, I can just flip it 180. I keep checking and having a look. Keep measuring here. We can see it working here. So so every now and again, let's just give it a quick brush. I do have it, we are clamped to this bench, both sides. I'm creating a lot of dust as well, which I'm going to save. I'll brush it all off. What I'll do is, I can always give it a blow with some compressed air, which I always carry in the workshop. And just a light. Give it a quick shake it enough it's not going to be wet, because I like to collect this and keep it accumulation there. What I can do then is have a pot here where I'm collecting. I can just brush it in there. It doesn't matter that there are some foreign bodies in there. In the grand scheme of things, it's not going to matter. I can always sieve this out. It's always good to be used for filling in chips in fingerboards or what have you later on. So I will run that through a sieve, get any chunks of what I don't need out. But there you go, I have that. And also, this is very good exercise. And when I get a bit bored doing this, I'll blob onto the other bench and I'll work on a different guitar. So let me show you how much better it works with the double-sided sticky tape handle on there. It's so much better, and it logs steps. I'm actually physically moving, so I'm logging steps with it as well, so I'm getting exercise. This is just fantastic. But also, because I'm now pressing down, I'm removing a lot more material a lot quicker. So and every now and again I'll come and check everything with my radius gauge. Still got a little bit to go in the centre on this end, but we are really getting there, and I can just check with the radius beam at this end again, and we're getting there. We're not far off from where we need to be. We've more or less got a radius on there, so it's working really, really well. It is a little bit of hard work, but you know what? Fantastic. Every now and again, just come and brush off the dust. And I will again, I'll blow it out with some compressed air. And this, I mean, look at the accumulation of this rosewood dust here. I mean, look at that, a great amount there. And this will be used, if I don't knock it out of the tub like I just did do. I'll be using this as a gap filler on the edges when I've glued this back on the neck. And there's still some in the slots there, but we get all that saved later. But this will come in very useful, so nothing goes to waste, especially with rosewood dust. I've got a big bag of it, well, it's mixed solder and rosewood dust, but it's always handy to have plenty in stock. While this is all going on, there's a vice at the other end of a bench. You can't see it, it's back here. And I've got the strips for the centre part of the, the centre of the net strip here where I bent them all. I've got them all, I've got them soaked in water, I'm straightening them and clamped in a vice, straightening at the moment. So plenty of jobs happening in the workshop today. I do have 2 weeks off from raw mail, so I'm going to use this time to catch up on some of the projects I have lined up, and I have a lot of them lined up. I have another Warwick due in next week, by the way, so pretty much the same job, except that is different as much as it's my first set neck Warwick. So it could be a bigger job than this one. This one has been humongous. It's the biggest job I've done, I think, out of all the work I've had in over the years. Anyway, onwards and upwards. I'll crack on with this, get back to you guys later. Guys, we have a radiused fingerboard ready to go back on the Warwick. That's all I want to show you right now. It's taken a lot of work, but we have got there in the end. So moving on, we're going to get this all glued up once I've got the centre stripe back on the neck, which I've got to glue back together. I've straightened everything up, everything's all trued up now. So I've got these 4 pieces of a long piece which is in the vise at the moment, being slightly repaired. We'll get it all back into one and we'll have that, it's not going to go on here, but on the neck we're going to have that glued in, the centre line on the neck that is on the jig over there. So cracking on with this, it's looking pretty good. Morning friends, bright and early. 6:16 in the morning, and today, well yesterday, I put the middle stripe back in on here. I need to get back on the jig, sand it all, make sure it's perfectly straight before I glue on the new fingerboard, which is ready to go on. The old one's here, got the new fret wire ready, slightly different colour to the original. Nothing I could do about that, this is the only stuff I could get. But I got this from Stumac in America. Fortunately, my friend has got the Stumax account where he gets free postage, so it only cost me, didn't cost me too much. And it's ever so slightly narrower than the stuff that was on there, but it's still big enough for what we need. So crack on today, get this done, start making it look like a real neck. So I'll come back with an update in a bit. After a day spent reworking my workshop and getting everything set up differently, I have the neck back on the jig where the centre stripe glued back in. It is sitting slightly proud of where it needs to be. The truss rod is working perfectly, it's all free and loose. I can just show you that working. 5mm adjuster here, and I've got it slack at the moment. I've got the neck dead straight. Now it's not dead straight with the truss rod. I do have it pulled down slightly at this end, but that doesn't bother me in the slightest. We have the truss rod loose, so we need to get this stripe sat flush. So we're going to remove a little bit of material here. A couple of ways I can do that. I can hit it with a file. I can hit it with a sanding levelling beam. I can also hit it with a, just give me a second, I've got plenty of files here. I can also hit it with a sanding blade, which I'm going to do shortly. So I've got 3 files here, and I can go the wrong way across the grain. Now here I have my Precision Veritas straight edge, which I've shown you before, you've seen that. And we're just checking each side of this centre stripe, and that neck is dead straight. Certainly as straight as I can get it. That's beautiful. So we can take the straight edge, stick it down there out of the way. I'm just going to take a file. See how much proud we are. We are a little proud. I can see about 1/2 mil, so I'm going to take a file to it initially. It's only at this end. And that already we have got it level. And that feels flush to me along the whole length. I'm going to take a Stanley blade and we're just going to scrape back and just see what we are removing here. Okay, there's still some glue on there. I want to remove all of this glue. Now I am going to be sticking the fretboard on with epoxy. Someone suggested I use epoxy, just because of the gaps you've got. And I'm inclined to agree, but that now is beautiful, smooth. I'm still a little bit proud here, I can feel it. I will be taking some compressed air and blowing all these scrapings away out of any of these gaps. There you go, and we should have a nice smooth surface, and we do have a nice smooth surface. This is beautiful. Just check in with my precision straight edge again. And we are beautiful. That is fabulous. I'm going to be gluing the fretboard on here with it on the jig. So I'm going to work my bino, use some rubber stretchy band around there to tighten everything on. I may be able to do it, I may not be able to do it on there actually, it depends what I see. I could possibly get a clamp under there which is going to work. Yeah, it's going to work. Just checking that all my supports underneath are supporting properly. Need them to be right under everything, which they are. So we're more or less ready to stick the fingerboard on. I'm just going to sand that back. Got some coarse stuff on top. We'll go with the coarse stuff and just smoothing everything off now. I'm not bothered about the untidiness on this piece yet. We're going to sand all that back a little bit later on. We're going to fill in any areas that need filling in. It is going to be a little bit untidy because we've got some bits missing here. We are going to fill all those bits in, but I'm more or less ready now to glue the fingerboard back on there. Let me just grab some compressed air. Super smooth all the way down, happy with that. So I'm ready to mix up some epoxy in a minute. What I'm going to be doing is I'm going to tape where the truss rod is. I'm not going to tape all the way down like I've done in the past. I could do that, but I don't think I'm going to. Let's see where we are with this. Got some 1-inch tape. Tape just over the truss rod here. Probably don't need to go that far. Let's see where we are. right there. Look at this end again. Just a small piece, just to keep everything off of the truss rod. That again doesn't need to be that long. I'm going to cut a little bit that way with a craft knife because I want to use a minimal amount of tape. I don't need a great lot on this, so I'm going to take a craft knife like so, and I'm just going to cut some of this back to see, so I'm going to see where I need to be. No point putting this tape in areas I don't need to be. I'm not sure that's cutting through. So I want to get as much glue to wood to wood as possible on here. So I'll trim this . As you do. And that looks pretty good where we are. Don't mind having a couple of score lines down the centre because that will help the two bits of wood stick together. In fact, I'm going to score the back of the fingerboard. See where we are here. Quite happy with how that sits. And there you go. Quite happy to glue straight over there. I'm going to put some score lines in. I'm going to do a dry fit. You've seen all this live. A dry fit of the fretboard. Grabbing my pins, and I want to specifically, or I'm going to check the 12th fret area to see that we're lined up equally. We've got an equal amount of space down the centre line. Otherwise I might have to bend the fingerboard in just a little bit. That one's gone straight in there. Takes one out. Got more margin for error on that one for some reason. So they are my 2 pins. We are pretty much central right there. I may just stick another pin in one of these slots just to, but that is looking fabulous. So I may not go on the 12th, I may just go round about here. I'm going to draw another one round about, where are we? Let's take a measure, round about this one. So I'm going to take one, draw one more pin this far side. Just to bring that over a little bit, because that is more or less touching there, as this has got more of a gap. So I'm going to bend that ever so slightly. It's going to force the neck into more of a straight position. But this is going to be fantastic. So you can see how it's all going to work. I'm going to get this all prepped, ready to glue this back on. This is proud, by the way. I'll be shaving this edge off once it's been glued on. So yeah, excited. Good morning, fret friends. So today is an exciting day. You're not going to see me, you're going to see this piece of kit here. Now this is a neck jig I built, which is a copy of the Stumac neck jig, which I actually now do own the Stumac neck jig. But this is a great piece of kit for setting up a neck dead straight. You've seen it all before. We've got this neck set dead straight. But I'm going to show how I'm going to glue the fingerboard onto this neck. And I'll be using Z-epoxy, which I always use. This is a 15-minute setting time. Gives me 15 minutes to play with it before I stick the 2 pieces together. So we have, don't ignore these clamps just yet, but I'm going to explain what they're for. There's the fingerboard we're sticking on. I've got 4 guide pins to get it in exactly the right place. You know all about this. Again, I'll explain that in a minute. So these clamps, what are they for? Well, it's about how I'm going to stick the fingerboard to the neck. And normally, the neck would be dead straight and I'd take it off the jig and I'd do it all and I'd wrap it as I get it on there and all lined up. I'll start wrapping it with rubber band. This is rubber band here. And I've got 2 pieces. It was originally 1 piece, but it snapped. And this is fantastic for tightening up around the fingerboard. And I've got 2 good pieces of this, 2 good lengths. And this is what I'll be using. I'll be wrapping it around. I'll lock it against itself on the first wrap by wrapping under, and we'll just wrap along the length of the neck, so you'll see it's going to work its way across. But that's going to work right up until we get to this bit where we bolt it to a surrogate body. So I'm going to clamp those bits. I've got 2 clamps here that are perfect for it. So I'm going to wrap all this end and clamp this end, and it's going to give us a steady, perfectly straight adherence. We're going to glue it on perfectly straight. Go slightly bent back. And that way I'm going to leave it on the jig. Once it's set, and I remove the elastic band wherever, this neck would have been forced straight. The truss rod is loose at the moment, but we're going to force it into slight straightness. And it's going to be absolutely, I've done this before, done it on a few necks, and it works perfectly. So that is the way I'm going to do it. So these 2 clamps are going to be just on this bit, and all the rest is going to be banded. It's going to work really fine. What I need to do is I need to mix up some epoxy. Yeah, mix up a good lot. I've made myself a little mixing tray. By mixing tray I mean a cut up can of beer. That's going to be where I'm going to mix my epoxy. It's a Bulldog can. Great for mixing glue and just discarding, throwing it away once you've used it. So I'm going to do that. I've also scored the fingerboard and neck itself. I don't know if you can see, I've scored crosses along the whole length and here across the whole length, scored all that way and all that way down the whole length. Just gives us something extra in these areas. We do have a chip there where I drilled a hole. I'll fill that a little bit later, but that's going to be a lovely fingerboard on there. We also have to re-radius once it's on the neck. I've radiused it, 14-inch radius on there. That is radiused, but I'll be redoing it once it's on the neck because we are, we may have a little discrepancy or a tiny twist in the neck, we don't know. So it will be done again. So here I have 4 guide pins, which I already mentioned. 2 in the centre, 1 at each end. So it's quite a fiddly job. We're donning some gloves. It can be a little bit of a fiddly job, getting it on there initially. It's just about finding that first one, get that first one in and you're pretty much alright. There you go, that's in. So we've got that one there. We've got this one here. And these two should slide straight in. Like so. So that is going to be the guide pins. I don't want that one going. There you go, 4 guide pins are in. This will be clamped and this will be wrapped with band. So you see how it works. I'm not going to fully doing it because it will be awkward and slightly embarrassing because it will be sliding about and moving, and I'll probably curse a little, and I really don't want cuss words on my videos. You know, so that's what I'm going to do. I put a little bit of tape on there just to save any overspill, make it easy to get it off later. Taped up this end so if we get any overspill of glue it'll be easy to wipe off, plus we're not going to get it on the truss rod because we don't need the truss rod, we need the truss rod to be free and movable. Once the glue's been on a little while, I'll peel this off, get the truss rod adjuster in there, the 5mm Allen wrench, and just keep turning the truss rod, making sure it is still free. It will be free. I've done this enough times before. So that is where we are with this. I'm going to remove the pins again, stick them aside. These are snapped drill bits. I got myself a stupid amount of drill bits this thickness, and I don't mind snapping the ends off just so it gives me some real good guide pins. I've got 4 good ones. I've had them a number of years. Well, I've had 2 of them a number of years. I've made 2 fresh ones in the last couple of days, but yeah, they're fantastic. So that's what I need. So I'll stick these aside on my other bench. So I'm going to mix some epoxy. I'm going to adhere it to both sides, all to here and to here, a good spread. And we're going to get this on today, and it really is exciting. So stay tuned, and where's my thing? Here it is. And see you guys a little bit later. And there we go, guys, and we are all bound tight and clamped. The squeeze out, of course the squeeze out, there's always going to be squeeze out, and but that is it. So all I have to do now really is just wait for this to do its thing. It's a 15-minute epoxy, so it's at 15 minutes it says to set. I'm going to leave this best part of the day. Going to let it all set. Not bothered about the squeeze out in the slightest. We'll remove all that later. There will be areas also where there's going to be gaps. So not worried about any of it at all. I've done this job enough times to know that this is not a problem. We'll just sand this all back. We'll get it all scraped off, sand it all back. We'll lose a little bit of the profile of the neck. We'll lose like maybe 1/8 of a millimetre on the whole width, but it's not something you're going to notice. So that's where we are with this. Just do a little clean up while I'm here. Get some glue. I've got some glue on my fingers and what have you, so I'm going to crack on with that and back later. A quick update. It has been 10 hours since I glued this, and the fingerboard is stuck on. We do have a lot of mess to clean up. Like I said before, the fingerboard is overlapping the neck, which we wanted to do because we're going to shape the fingerboard to the neck, not the neck to the fingerboard. But we have got it more or less straight. We do have a little bit of upturn in this end here, but I need to remove more wood from here, and it was never perfectly straight. I can set this perfectly straight with about 1/4 of a turn on my truss rod. The truss rod is working absolutely fine, which is the main thing. So let me just show you where we are with the truss rod. And there you go, praise the Lord, that's working. Fantastic. We've got a lot of areas where there's no play until it now starting to get tight. Fantastic piece of kit that. So that is working perfectly. So we've got the truss rod all working. It's all nice. So we are going to have a working neck out of this. I've got to shave these edges off, both sides. I also have to square up this end and tidy up this area. We also have a crack in there, which I knew about. We're going to wick some super glue in that end there, and we're going to clamp it shut, because look, we've got a little bit of a crack on that screw there. So we're going to be able to fix that. I've fixed exactly this problem before. I could just wick some wood glue in there if I wanted to with some water and get it all clamped up nice and tight. I think I'm going to go with super glue. It's going to work absolutely fine. And then once it's all done, we've shaped it properly, we're going to get it back on the neck and we're going to re-radius again, just to square it up so it's radiused evenly throughout the whole length of the neck. So yeah, really pleased with how it's come out so far. We are going to have a working neck once this is done. Fantastic news. Okay, friends, I'm just rough shaping the edge of the neck, and I have this little hand plane here that I bought a while ago. Hardly ever used it, and it does the job. I don't know if it's the right tool for the job, but it certainly does the job, and it's just a matter of just pulling. It's not that smooth right now, so I may need to sharpen the blade. But we are right up to the edge of where we need to be, so I'm thinking I'm just going to get a sanding beam on there right now, because we are quite smooth up to this edge. So we've taken all that excess off. Still got a little bit to get off here. And it's not smooth. I don't think it's supposed to make that noise. It should be a little bit smooth. So I'm going to sharpen this blade, I think, but that's working properly. We are just about where we need to be. So what I like to do once we've got here is, I could take a small file, we're just running it up the edge here. We've still got to rough shape this edge anyway. We're going to slightly, ever so slightly, may alter the profile, but not by anything that you're going to notice. But that feels pretty good on that side. Still a little bit proud here, which again is absolutely fine. I'm just going to grab my levelling beam, or one of my levelling beams, should I say. And this one again, I've got a fine grit and a coarse grit. It's just a matter of truing it up. And seeing where we are, and that's feeling pretty good. A little bit more work to do. But you see how we're going to true up this ball. So once we have got it more or less where we need to be, we're going to hit it with the smoother side. Not coming right through, I'll do this by hand at this edge because we've got a little bit of a curve in there. But this, basically, is how we're going to true up the neck. Now I've got the other side to do, so it'll take me a while, but you see we are now nice and smooth down this side here. I will finish off by hand, but we have got that fingerboard true just about to the neck. Still got a bit more trouble with this end, so I'm going to hit that again. With the coarse sand, or the more coarse of the sandpaper. Still a little bit high on this edge here, but you see where we're going with this. We are just about there. Quite good. So I'm going to crack on with this, get this side done, get the other side done. Once it's done, we'll get the profile right. So I'll be hitting this with some, I'll be hitting it with my hand, basically, just scraping some of this back, reprofiling the whole neck. But this side, we are just about done. And that is feeling pretty good. Still need to scrape a little bit. I've probably got to take a file to here. feeling beautifully smooth. I will be staining the neck again so everything matches up. So I can feel here where I need to work it a little bit more. I will take some sandpaper with my hand and I'll reshape the contours of the neck here, round this over, because we have got a little bit of squaring off here. I'm just rolling over with the file right now. And that is giving me that profile I need. That feels really, really good. Like I say, I will be finishing this off with sandpaper by hand. Oh, that feels beautiful. I can feel that lovely curve now. We're building that curve up. A little bit of excess just on this end again. Just keep going gentle with the file. You could bring it down to a level. A couple of other jobs I've got to do. There is a crack in the heel here which I'm going to pack with glue and I'm going to clamp shut. I've got to shore up the end as well with a little bit overlap on this end, so I'm going to be filing this way down. I'll get a good file on there. I may even get a rasp out yet. This is feeling really good. So I'm going to grab some sandpaper and by hand I'm going to reshape this part of the heel, this part here coming into the volute, and we're going to profile this part of the neck as well. That is looking really, I hope you can see where you are guys, but that is looking really good. Still a little bit proud here, so I've got some work to do with some sandpaper in the hand over here. But this edge is looking fantastic, it feels great, it's right up to the very edge now, so yeah, very good. I'm just squaring up the end of the neck now. We have a neck shaped neck. I've shaved, I'll show you where I am in a second. I've reshaped the whole neck, so we have a fingerboard running all the way down the side. We've shaved it down, so we have a neck shape there. I've just squared up the end. There's still a little bit more to do. I'm going to get a set square on there. Gone with a rasp just to start it. Then hit it very slightly with a file because I've got a little bit of a curve in there. But I'm just doing it by eyeball. I will take a set square on there shortly and have a look where I am. But quite happy with where this is right now. And again, I'll take, this is probably too big for the job, but it will do the job. I'm just squaring up the edge. And that looks to be pretty square to me. It looks really, really good. So I'm quite happy with, well, I'm not quite happy. I'm extremely happy with this. Just truing it up. Do a little bit more off this edge. nice and flat. So we are just about there, and we have a brand new neck, more or less. I'm going to take some sandpaper and a sanding block just here. So get some sandpaper on there, and I'm going to true this end up. But that's pretty much spot on actually. Let me see what paper I've got to hand. Okay. Just go with this. Just 40 grit, but I'm just squaring up this end. And that looks square and true to me. Go slightly up and down, keep that edge true. I'm going to grab me some 600 just to smooth that off. I can find some. I've got one little piece here. So, bear with me guys, just need to grab a scissor. Lovely little sanding block. This will just fold in like so. And there you go, we have a lovely sanding block right there. Quite the woodworker. And there you go, that is beautiful and smooth. So let's show you where we are, and I need to grab my, I don't have it to hand, bear with me guys. And there you go, and there we have a new neck, all shaped. I still need to do the final shaping, but we have a new neck. There's no overlap there with the fingerboard anymore. So we have a brand new neck with the truss rod working. Just need to re-radius that top. Got some new neck screws on the way as well. So yeah, fantastic. We have a brand new neck there guys. How good is that? Beautiful. Quick update, just finishing off shaping this neck, and I've gone with a small file. I've gone with sanding blocks. I've gone with a levelling beam. And I've gone with a shaver, like a hand plane type of affair, just to get this all levelled off. And I've basically shaped this with some 40 grit, then some 180 grit, and finishing off with some 600 grit. And that is really, really nice. So I'm just going to finish off here with some, so it's 1800 grit, it's not 1800 grit, it's nearer 600 this is. Right, so a good sanding block. And we have a neck, and I've still got to round over these edges, which I'll do by hand, but I can just take off any sharpness. Well, I will be restaining this again obviously, but this is just taking away any sharpness I've got on this corner here. Just just rounding it over. I'm doing all this bit by hand as well, got a little bit of an overlap there. Just need to bring that in. But that is beautiful. We are just about there with this neck. So we have a neck again, and let me just remove it and let me just show you where we are. So, how good is that looking? We have a neck shaped neck. We have a brand new fingerboard on there. Still got a re-radius with it on the neck because we still have that. We have a twist there, even though the fingerboard is now straight. That twist, we'll never get rid of that twist because we had to make the twist just to make the fretboard right. So that is one of the prices we have to pay, but the neck is still straight and sturdy and strong, and it's going to stay straight and strong for many, many years. So a bit more hand sanding to do. Once that's all done, we'll get it back on the jig. We'll re-radius the board, make sure everything's flat and level. We'll alter the truss rod accordingly. With the truss rod loose, we've still got a little bit of relief in there, so I'm going to put one notch, one turn, or a 3/4 turn on the truss rod, then I'm going to level the board to wherever it's at. I've checked the truss rod, it's working absolutely fine. Fretboard's a little thinner at this end than it is at this end, so I know I can still remove some stuff from this end. So we're going to get the neck absolutely bang on. It's looking fantastic at the moment. I know there's a little chip where I put the drill hole in there. We'll fix that all up. That's not a problem to fill that in. But look, we have a brand new fretboard on there. Nice piece of wenge on there. One little area I've got to fill and repair. Again, not a problem. And there is a split or a crack in this end just here. What I will do is I will mix some Titebond with some water. We'll get that pressed in there and in this area, and we'll get that all clamped up and squeezed and make that as good as new. We'll sand down this area. I've got some new screws ordered. Well, I've ordered two. I lost two somehow. I don't know, but somewhere in this workshop, I don't know where they are. So I've ordered two of the correct ones. They weren't cheap. It's odd when you're paying like 15 quid for two screws, but it's the way it is. With Warwick, I paid 60 quid for the truss rod. The truss rod was 30 quid and the chipping was 30 quid, so, but it's just the way it is. But there you go. So we have a neck shape now. We've still got to sand it all back, cut it back, sand it back once it's all done. But look at that. We've got a more or less a brand new Warwick neck for this bass. Great news. One thing I hadn't checked was the end of a fingerboard with a set square, which I've now done. There being my little set square. A great piece of kit this, by Faithful. What a fantastic name for a Christian. How good's that? And just finished off with a sanding block. I've hit it with the rasp, hit it with a file. We've got a steel bar clamped exactly on the square. And it's just a matter now of just sanding it back. And we've got a nice square end to the fingerboard. And I'm just about to unclamp. And all I've got to do once this is done, like I said, I've mentioned it a few times, is going to get the profile done of the neck. So I'm going to do that by hand. So I've got a nice curve, just re-profile the neck, not the fingerboard, the neck. Once that's done, I can either screw this back onto the base, or I can put it on put it back on the jig, and we're going to re-radius this board and re-level this board because there's a little bit of relief, a natural relief in there, which I want to get rid of. So all I'm going to do is, like I say, I'm going to slightly nip up the truss rod, and then I'm going to sand it, sand the relief straight, flat, and true. I've also got the little holes that we drilled for the pins, the centering pins. Got those to fill that with some rosewood dust. You will not see the holes afterward, but let's just see where we are with this end. So, wonderful project. We can now see light at the end of the tunnel, and that, my friends, is a lovely squared up fingerboard there. It looks to the eye like it's got a little bit of a curve still left in it. What I'm going to do is just up and down here. And that looks true to me. I'll show you guys in a second. You can let me know what you think. But that, my friends, looks wonderful. The great thing about epoxy is you don't have to fill in with wood dust because it looks normal. It looks just like the wood anyway. But there you go. So let me show you guys where we are with this. And does that look straight and true to you guys? It looks straight and true to me. And there you go, the cross section just there. Is that any good? So once this is all stained up, you do see a bit of the join there, but I'm not too bothered about that. Let me just zoom out a little. Here we go, guys. So how are we looking? That to me looks really good. Still got to fill in this crack, as mentioned before. We'll seep some glue in there, get some water, mix some Type-Bond original with some water, and we'll get it all seeped in there and poked in best we can. And we'll squeeze some in, try and get a syringe in there if I can find one, if I've got one. And we'll get that clamped up. If not, I'll just seep some super thin CA glue or super glue in there, and that will do the job. So that's where we are, guys. Final push with this base next. So with the fingerboard glued on, I have just given it a quarter turn on the truss rod just to tighten it, and I've set the neck as it is. We still have a bit of relief in this area around here, so I am going to just sand the neck straight from this area. And like I say, I've had a quarter of a turn on the truss rod. Don't want any more than that. So the neck, everything is solid. I've got the steel bars underneath the neck, so it's not going to move. We are strapped in, and I'm going to re-radius the board from the top. There's my 12 sanding beam. I've double-sided tape the handle on there, and here's my 14 radius, the one I'm going to go with. That's a 12 radius, that's just for smoothing off. But this is a 14 radius, and this has got the really coarse paper on there, and it's just a matter of I'm going to be doing it the old-fashioned way, just leveling the neck and re-radiusing by hand. And it's going to take quite a lot of work because this paper is not the best. It is quite coarse. Let's go again. It's a coarse grit of paper. Ah, there you go. I had something stuck on the paper. There you go. Nice and coarse. Going to re-radius everything to 14. And I will keep checking with my precision straight edge, my Veritas. And there you go, let's get it the right way on the camera. Got this from Canada, brilliant piece of kit. And already we are getting there, it's almost straight. So that's great news. May pay to go in one direction, I can go both directions. And what I'll do is I'll keep eyeballing here that I have got the correct, move her out of the way, you don't need that there, that I have got the correct radius. Removing more from this end because this is the end that is not quite right. So this is all about getting this top straight with just a quarter turn on the truss rod. It'll be the straightest the neck's ever been. We still have a twist in the headstock. We couldn't completely get rid of that, but that's the price we have to pay for doing the job we do. But that's fine as long as the neck is straight and the radius is even along the whole length of the neck. We're going to be good for a refret. I hope to be refretting this not tomorrow because I'm away getting tattooed tomorrow in Stoke. But I definitely will be refretting this week. And we are. What date are we today? I think it'll be 9th of November today, 7th of November today. We'll definitely have this done before the end of the month. So just keep checking with my straight edge. Oh, that is looking fantastic. Still got a bit of relief, so I still need to remove stuff from this end. Slight indentation there, I don't know why that's happened. I didn't have it clamped, maybe it was like that when I bought it, I don't know. I have these pickups low enough that if I do go over, we're not going to hit the pickups. How good is that? And that is looking beautiful. We certainly are getting there. Still a bit of an indentation there. I don't know where that's come from. Never noticed that before. Quite a bit of rosewood. It might be an idea to save this. Let me grab a pot to put it in if I can find out. What have I done with it? Maybe I'll put them away. Yeah, I did put them away. There you go. There's no point wasting rosewood dust. Every little helps. We can save that. So I'm going to crack on, get this done off camera. You can see where I'm going with this, and update later. Very exciting now. We have got this neck straight, sanded straight and re-radiused. I filled in, we took a chunk out of that when I was originally started work on this top. Filled that in. I filled the 2 pilot holes that we had. I've left it so they're not invisible, so you can still see them, just so we can see that this has had work and it's been repaired. And really pleased. So again, with the Veritas straight edge, just check in. There is the tiniest light gap in this area, which is not bothering me at all because it's an nth. I mean an nth. You can hardly see under there. So with the frets, once the frets are in, we'll level the tops of the frets. So this neck is now straight, and I mean straight. That is fantastic. I'm just going to take a little bit more off. We could take another hair off. There is about 1/1000 of an inch gap in just this area, and I think if I keep sanding, we're going to get rid of it completely. I have saved quite a bit of dust here, which I'm going to use for filling in the bits where we've still got gaps just at this edge here when I get the neck back off, because don't forget I've still got to re-profile the whole neck. So once this is off the base here, I'm going to flip it and I'm going to sand the neck all down. I'm going to scrape some of this edge and round it over because we are a little bit pronounced on one side. It still feels pretty nice though. And I'm going to save that dust once I've got the frets in. If there's any gaps, I'm going to fill these gaps with that dust as well. So this is going to be having a refret pretty soon. But in effect, we have a brand new neck. Still going with my 14-inch radius beam. What I do is double-sided sticky tape. I've got some masking tape down there, then double-sided sticky tape, and I can stick this block to it, and that helps me. Now I can do a couple of ways. This works if I'm using my channel, you know, the little jig I made, that just helps me use the sander that way. So I'm still getting a little bit of resistance at each end, so it means we've got the tiniest gap there, but it is smoothing out. This is just basically sanding it all off to get that perfect level along the whole length, and we're very, very close to where we need to be right now. I could set this as it is and say that is it. And when I'm going with the coarse grit, then I've got them fine grit, again 14-inch radius. And this is just smoothing it off. This is with some 240 grit, which will get me a smooth enough top. I always like to flip a sanding block as well. It feels nice. That radius is, it just feels good. It just feels right now. Still a little bit of resistance at the centre. It means we're not perfectly straight. Just smoothing everything off now. Wipe and a check. And there we are. I mean, there's absolutely nothing under that. That is a straight neck. Fantastic news. So we can get this off the jig now. So happy with this. It's been a lot of work. Many hours I've not charged for. I've not charged for a refret or glue it or re-radiusing this. I'm not charging for a refret at all. Nothing. So I've done myself, I've given £300 worth, 300 quid's worth of work totally free. But that is a straight neck. So we are ready now to get the neck off, get everything sanded back and reshaped, and we can get this thing refretted. So we're on quite an exciting bit here because I'm able to shape the neck, and I'm using a string action gauge, an old one, as a scraper, and it's just a matter of feeling the profile of the neck and just seeing where we need to scrape anything, and just like this, and just checking where I am and just feeling. This is all before final sanding, just feeling that profile of the neck, making sure there's no ridges. And that feels pretty good, and I've already gone this way just to scrape down the edge, so we've got the fingerboard really flush against the neck itself. And again, we'll just come slightly this way. We're not removing a great deal of material. There's a couple of things I've got to sort out. There's a split in there, I've got to drop some glue in and clamp that back. There's also an area I have to fill here with some wood dust, and look what happened earlier. We had a screw snap, one of the brand new screws snapped in there, so I'm going to have to get some pipe, make a plug cutter, drill into that, get that out, re-plug it with some dowel and re-drill it, which again, very annoying, but you know, what can I do about it? This side, the profile on the top side feels pretty good. Doesn't feel bad at all. Probably needs a little bit of work on there, so I'm just going to get this one clamped in this way as well. It doesn't have to be dead straight, I actually like it up slightly and get that really, really tight so it's not going anywhere. And I don't have a lot to do with this side at all. Just taking out, find any inconsistencies in there. We do have a glue line that you can now see. Like I said, I filled it all in. I'm going to leave that glue line visible because I will stain it, but you're going to see it's actually been repaired, and I don't mind that. I don't mind the guitar showing its mojo and showing where it's been repaired if it's had either an accident or something's gone wrong, as in case with this one, the truss rod snapped. There's a thing in Japan, it's called mending the cracks with gold. I can't remember Kiyashi, is it something like Kyuga, I'm not sure what it's called. I'll have to check it up, look it up again. But it's called mend the cracks with gold. What we do is when they're popped cracks, they reseal it all with gold, melted gold. And it is a thing, and it gives it another beauty. You know, gives it another, just something else to, I don't know the spirit of it or what, but I don't really do that kind of stuff. But yeah, his friend got a song out, Paul Bell, it's called Mend the Cracks with Gold. So I don't mind battle scars. I had a friend, a Christian friend, bring his guitar to me and he snapped the headstock. And I said, do you want it invisible when I repair it? He says, no, I want you to be able to see it, where it snapped and where it's been repaired, because the battle scars, we all have battle scars, you know. So, I'm not fussed about that. This is all about getting it playable. I've still got to sand this. As you do. I've got another neck I'm working on outside, having its lacquer removed. Got some paint stripper on it. I've got to go and degunk that in a minute. But this is annoying with that plug being stripped, or that screw. But anyway, back to the profile of the neck. That feels lovely to me. Both sides, it just feels right now. A little bit more fatness on that underside, but I'm going to sand that back. That feels really good. So I'm going to get this all sanded back. Beautiful, feels good. Get it all sanded back. I wanted to get this done today, but I'm not going to get it done now. Get that pigging thing out. If I drill it, I'm going to make a mess. So I'm going to get a plug cutter. I need some pipe. I don't think I've got any pipe, but the actual profile of the neck itself feels pretty good. A little bit of a flat spot there, which I'm just going to work on right now. This will not be final shape, I will be sanding it back. That feels pretty good, it just needs smoothing off. So I'll leave this with me, and I'm not going to get as much done today as I wanted to now because of that screw snapping, but hey ho, what can you do about it? These things happen. So regarding the strip screw, which is still in there, I did dig around it to try and get it out. It wasn't having it, so what I've done is I've filled in the area with some rosewood dust. Well, it's rosewood and alder dust mixed with epoxy resin, and I've sanded it back flat, so we have it all filled in just here. Super smooth. Drilled a very small pilot hole. The screw is directly under that hole, and I've ordered some plug cutters from eBay. So what we're going to drill into there, we're going to cut a plug. I'm going to drill to the depth. We're looking at about 2 centimetres depth. We'll get that strip screw out, and then I'll cut a piece of dowel in some old pine. Got plenty of old pine knocking about, and I'll cut a 10mm dowel, or whatever size is going to fit. Maybe a 6 or an 8. I think an 8 will probably be a good one. And I'm going to plug that with some dowel, glue it in, and we'll drill a new hole for the screws, and we'll have new screws in there. So what I need to do with this now is I'm going to sand all this back with some 240 grit, then some 400 grit. Going to sand it all back. Once it's sanded back, in fact, before I do that, I'm going to fill this slot here, this hole. We do have a hole at the end, which needs filling. Let me just show you. That bit needs filling. I'm not worried about the glue line there. Where is it? There you go, we have a glue line there where I've glued it all back on. Where was the gap? I may stain it. Stick some black on there, it'd be nice. I do have some nice brown stain as well, but I'm going to fill this slot just here. Just get some wood dust and super glue on there. That's what I'm going to use. See where we are. You've got a glue line just there, again, which I'm not bothered about. Let me bring the camera down a little bit. Here you go. So not much light here, but I'm going to fill this slot right here. I'm going to get some wood dust in there. Now what do I have knocking about? Here we go. I'm just going to poke some loads of this stuff. This is a mix of alder and rosewood dust, and I'm going to get a small spatula here. I made gubbins. I'm going to place some on the side of the neck there. Don't need that much. Crikey me. What I'm going to do is I'm going to bring some over. Still don't need this much, but we'll bring some over. Get it in the slot. I'm just going to drop some super glue in there, and we'll sand that all back. This is gummed up at the end, so I'm just going to sneak a bit off there. I should be able to get some, there you go, wood dust and super glue. There you go. How good is that? We're going to have more wood dust on there than we need. That's okay. You won't see this once it's all done. And that is filled. Beautiful job. Bit more dust on there. And what we'll do is we'll file that a bit later on, sand that back. But that is that area filled. I'm not quite as proud as I'd like to be on that area, so I'm going to just add a little bit more. If we go more than we need, I can always sand it back in a little while. That looks pretty good. A little bit more glue on there. Because I'll be fretting this, I think I'm going to get this all sanded profiled at the back. I'm not going to give it any coats of oil yet, we'll just get it all sanded ready for that, and what I'll do is I think I'll get the frets in today. Something I like to do. So either that or we're going to move on to another project. But I think I may as well blow on with this one, try and get this one done. I'm waiting for the plug cutters, which are going to take a few days to get here. There's nothing on Amazon Prime. That's the dog just walked in, by the way. And that's all proud or higher than it needs to be, and that's fine. That's exactly what I want. So I'm going to wrap this up this bag of stuff here, keep adding to it. There's plenty in there. That was a good inch cylinder, about 3.5 inch by an inch tube of wood dust. That's a lot. We'll leave that a short while. I've got a neck in the bath, having the varnish stripped off, so I'm going to move on to that one, and I'll come back to this one in a short while, and we'll move on with it. So I'm drilling out the stripped screw. I actually filled it in. I've got a drill bit on here, a special cutting piece, and I've got it to the depth I want it to go, and I'm hopefully drilling in straight. And I've got a marker where I need to be, and that looks pretty good. And that's more burning than cutting, and it's cutting quite a big hole. I've gone in, we're in too deep now, we are committed, so we'll carry on. And that's much more burning into the wood than it is cutting, and that's a shame, because it's supposed to be a plug cutter. It's getting really, really hot. So I'm going to go slower. And look. So, piece of crap, that tool, not good at all. It's supposed to be a plug cutter, I bet it's red hot. Though we will still get it out. And that certainly will be default. Yeah, an absolute piece of rubbish that is on eBay. I will go and leave them some bad feedback and get the money back for that. But we certainly have drilled deep enough into here, so we certainly will be able to get the screw. Where are we? Here we are. Certainly we'll be able to get the strip screw out, and we'll refill that back in. So let's have a look, see where we are. We have a poke around in there. I could probably get a plier on there. And what did I do? Set plier. So yeah, so that tool, terrible. But let's see where we are with this strip screw. There we go, and that's probably why we've knackered the tool, because we've gone straight over that. So I've screwed right round it. So I've done a brilliant job of getting around that. Not even touched the screw, but that is a strip screw. We haven't gone deep enough to hit the fingerboard, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to plug this hole. So let's show you where we are with that. So that I will clean out, and I can make me get some 10mm dowel, and we'll plug that. So a very quick measurement on that. I do have a caliper to measure that, but I'm not going to get the caliper out right now. But that job's done. It will be absolutely fine. I've got some dowel knocking about somewhere, some 10mm pine I think, but I may cut a new plug. Let's see where we are. Quick measurement with this, and that is 10mm. So I'll probably get some 10mm dowel, and we'll plug that. No great shakes. I do have a screwdriver here with a magnetic tip on there. So that is good. We have, so we've not gone too far. We've gone to about here. Let's see where we've gone. tell you exactly how deep we've gone in a second. We've gone as deep, oh there you go, perfect. We've gone as deep as that, so we've gone that deep, exactly that deep. Can you see? Hang on, here we are, that's how deep we've gone. So that's perfect, gone to that depth, that's great. So I'll get this all cleaned out. I'm sorry about the camera angle, I keep missing the camera, it's because I've zoomed in so much. But that is it for now. We'll get that all cleaned up, we'll get that filled in, and we can crack on with getting this refretted and get it back on the guitar. So I have cut a plug for the hole, and it's not tight fitting, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to clamp this in with some epoxy resin. I'm going to mix up some epoxy, I'm going to stain it, mix it up with some wood glue, not wood glue, with some wood dust like I did last time. We're going to refill, but we're going to have that to drill into for the screw, so it's going to be going into wood, not into epoxy. So I'm going to get this all mixed up, get it ready. Once it's done, we'll sand this flush, and we'll have a proper piece of wood to screw the neck screw to hold the neck in place properly as it should be. Just a quick update. I glued in the dowel. I mixed some some epoxy with some wood dust. I did it slightly proud of the hole. I've filed it down. I'm just about to sand it flat. I do have to fill in a little area with some super glue, but that's fine. I've got a sanding block now, and I'm just going to sand the area flat just to show where we are. So this is the whole heel. I've removed that shim I had there. I'll replace that shim. We'll put another shim on later if we need it. We may not need it, I don't know, but if we do, I'll put another shim in there. Just going to get in the way of the camera. Just want to make sure we're all nice and smooth there and we're level. And I'll get a straight edge on there. In fact, I'll get a straight edge on there right now. What I'm looking at, I don't have. What I do have is I do have a straight edge. There you go. Just getting in the way again, just making sure. I can use that square because it's a perfectly straight edge because it's a fret locker. So we know this is a straight edge. And that is it, and I'm really happy with that. So there you go, so this is my flat base. That's perfectly smooth. I need to drill a hole in there, but inside there we have a wooden plug in this hole. We have a wooden plug in there, so I drill in there. When we put the neck on the base and put the screws in, we're screwing back into wood. It may look like it's not just wood, but you saw me put the dowel in there. So I'm going to drill a hole same size as these. So we get a new screw in there, drilling straight into the wood. It's not going to pull out. It's going to be perfect because it's a nice stable base. That's perfectly flat. So what I need to do now is I need to sand the whole neck, get it ready for oiling. I've got a little area to fill here. I'm going to fill that with some Aerodite again. That's why I've got some silicone taped on there so it doesn't stick to the silicone. Just need to fill a little hole on the headstock there. Get it all sanded down, ready for refretting. Once it's all sanded, once this area's been filled and fixed, I'll be ready for getting the new frets in. So yeah, all systems go again on this one. Bit unfortunate that we stripped a screw in there, but we fixed it. It's a very nice fix. That is as smooth as anything. Let me bring it a little bit closer. Super smooth, super flat. We've got a nice piece of wood to drill into to get the screw into there. How's that for you? Is that okay? I think it is. Welcome back guys, I've blobbed on with refretting this Warwick neck, and the reason I didn't film the start of it is I have had a guest with me today, a friend who I used to guitar tech for now and again. He's no longer in the business, but he was very high up in the guitar world, and I was his in-house guitar tech for many years, which, you know, I started doing that around about the same time I started doing this as a job. But he's gone now, so just going to explain, just going to snip these ends off here. So I've cracked on with refretting this Warwick neck, and really simple. supposed to be 14 radius, but some parts it's closer to 12. Or a 12 core seems to work better putting the frets in. So fret wire I got from Sumac. Couldn't get the Evo Gold, they don't make it anymore. Jesco don't make it anymore. So I've bent the stuff already. I'm just seeing how much I've got. So I'm going up for 2 more frets at this end. Not really. Let's have a look, see where we are. It's all about oh, I've got enough there. Got enough to do 2 frets there, so that's fine. Just give it a cut. So this is really simple. Using my fret press from Guitar Tools Online from Canada. Cost me 180 quid with shipping and tax and everything. Great piece of kit. Got a 12-inch caul in there. Just measure which one of these is the widest. They're about the same. That looks pretty good. So the glue I use is this Loctite super glue. It's a gel. I never know how much is in a tube. You don't seem to get a lot in a bottle, but it fills that slot more or less automatically. Look how easy this is. That's that slot filled with gel super glue. Fantastic. Just checking where we are with the fret. So you can tap them in, you don't really need to. Fret press, line it up, get centre, make sure you're central, and give it a squeeze. Just tighten it up just a little, each fret, give it a squeeze, and there you go, that's that one pressed in. Not quite exact central there, that should be better. How's that looking? That looks a lot better. I'd always bring some tissue in with me, just so you get some squeeze out like we have done there. Got a little bit of squeeze out, so we address that straight away. Always address the squeeze out, saves clean up later. Straight on it. And I tend to do it one by one. Deal with the squeeze out. Any clean up, get straight over there. I could wax the board and it wouldn't stick to the board, but this is just as easy. Just dealing with the squeeze out straight away. Get the ends cut off straight away, discard the ends, we're not going to scratch anything, straight in the bin, like so. A bit of steel wool, just if there's any glue squeezed out onto the fret, this will get rid of it straight away. We'll worry about cleaning up the fingerboard later on. If we do get anything that's dried, we take a Stanley blade. Always use it backwards because it stops it scooting across the fingerboard. Like so, just scrape away any excess you might have. There's none there, so that's fantastic. Move on to the next one. Really easy. And same again, rinse and repeat. How's that for you guys? Should have just had this done more or less by lunchtime. I've just spent a lot of time with a colleague and friend. He's not very well. And there you go. And that's that. And there you go. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more to do. Gluing them in. It's standard for me now, gluing frets in. Just give a little tap with the hammer. Yeah, standard, gluing them in. I know you don't really have to glue them in on a brand new fingerboard, but why not, eh? It's going to stop it coming back later. There's not going to be no frets popping, is there, in a year's time or anything? So it's just something I do. If you're building a guitar from scratch, you probably really don't need to glue them in, but if you're refretting the guitar, I would always recommend gluing them in on a refret, because you don't know the state of the slots. On a fresh build, slots seem to be tighter. On a refret, the slots are probably not quite so tight. Again, any squeeze out, deal with it straight away. Got a nice pointy tool here from soldering iron kit, and that'll get in there. We'll just get in there and get anything wiped up, not anything dealt with straight away. You don't need to keep this clamp for too long. This should go straight in. Getting a good clamp on there, maybe a little bit more on that one. But that's it, I'm going to crack on, get the rest done. It won't take me much longer to get these done. Once that's done, I'll probably get the beveled edges done tonight. Probably not going to film that. You've all seen me do it before. But yeah, going pretty well. So getting toward the end of, getting towards where we need to be with this next. Been a long project. There's been some pitfalls, some obstacles to overcome, but we've more or less done them all now. So we are getting to the business end of the job, and it's going well. Very early in the morning here at Fretfriend. In fact, we are 5:18 in the AM, and you see again, I've got the neck on the surrogate body. It's not a body; it's a piece of 30mm MDF, which I always bolt a neck to. It's sturdy, it's safe, it's supported on the jig, and I've already levelled the frets and beveled and levelled the frets. I'm now going to just check the level. I've covered the top in marker pen, Sharpie, and I'm going to go with the 240 grit, which is on the base of my levelling beam. And I'm just going to is once all the black markers removed, we know that the frets are level. That frets are level along the whole length of the guitar. The little black marker we've got is on the end fret, and that is the last one, so that doesn't make any difference at all. Slightly high one just there, so we're just going to test it with a fret rocker, just see if we've got a high spot. We'll find that this one is just a tiny bit high on the edge, so we're just going to scoot across that way, hit it with the file. That has cured the problem, so I'm just going to take the last 4 frets, go across with the marker pen. Give it a second or two to try. We're going to hit it again with the 240 grit. Saying that that is fret leveled. Just check these. That one's still got a little high spot. You can tell it's just a bit of black pen on there. I do have a spot level file which I prefer to use in these situations. It's my Swiss made Warwarwick file. And if I've got a bit of black ink on that fret, it means the fret this side is slightly higher, which it is. I'm just going to spot level. There you go. Now that one's slightly high. Again, just a little spot level. There you go. So now what we're going to do is we're going to pen all of the frets up again. We're going to hit it with 400 grit now. Going with a finer grit, it's going to remove these scratches. Not all of them, but they're going to be less prominent. The scratches will be a little bit deeper. What we're going to do is we're going to hit all of the frets again. 24 frets these, something I didn't take into consideration, something I always take into consideration when I do refrets later, because some guitars are 19 fret, others are 24 fret, or in fact some rare cases more. So it makes sense I should be charging a little bit more the more frets you have. Anyway, so the reason we go with a finer grit is the scratches we've got in there, we're going to remove it, it'll be easy to remove them. So we're going to go now with the same leveling beam, my Crimson Guitars leveling beam, precision level. Got some 240 grit emery on there and 400 grit emery on this side. So I'm going to take with the 400. Nice and smooth, so we know the frets level because it's moving so smoothly. Hardly pressing now, nice and light. And there you go, we have the frets all level. We're going to give it a brush. Put everything on. And we're going to precision check all of the frets. Fret rocker, four-sided, geometrically shaped, but not, is it geometrically shaped? Anyway, four-sided straight edge I have. And 4 different lengths, as you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4. And the reason we do that is we always need to check 3 frets. So as we progress up the neck, we turn it over. The reason we always check 3 frets is if one has a high spot, we will get a rock. So good, as I thought. So the frets are in, the edges are beveled, and the frets are now level. So we can move on to the next part of the process. I'm getting towards the end of the job now. The next part of the process is recrowning or crowning the frets. So with the flat tops we're going to recrown them. So we've got a nice rounded top, get them polished up. Once that's done, we can get the guitar back together and get the nut on, and very soon this bass is going to be ready to go out of the door, and that is a great thing. So we are now, where are we? 5:26 AM. How's that for you? Moving on, I know you can't see much from way back there, but I'm not moving the camera. I leave the camera's always in that position. So, leveled the frets, ready to crown them now. I'm going to be using 2 files. I'm going to use my original Z file by Stumac. You've seen this before. It's got different cuts. It's a diamond file, so it's got diamond filings on a smooth surface in there. 2 cuts, a long shallow one and a short sharp one. Turn it 180 degrees, exactly the opposite. The great thing about this Z file by Stumac is that it does not touch the top of the frets. Why don't we want to touch the top of the frets? Because we've levelled them. So if we can't touch the top of the frets, we can't alter the level. So we know the level is perfect along the whole length of the frets. So using this, obviously what I'm going to do is going to file each side at different angles, and I flip it 180 degrees, it does the same again. But it will leave a thin line down the centre. I've marked them up with marker pen, leave me a nice thin line, and that will be the crown. And once I've crowned them, I'm going to use a standard. Concave or convex, that one, but that again is a diamond file by Stumac, and that has already got the correct crown cut in it, so we're going to use that just to smooth them off. We're not going to go over the middle, we're just going to go over this edge, that edge, and we're just going to give it one wipe each way just to remove any inconsistencies. So this file really is really simple. Just follow the radius, flip it 180 degrees. Same again, following the radius, take my word for it, I have a beautiful thin black line down the centre. But I'm going to move on to this file, which I've already shown you. And all I'm going to do with this one is I'm just going to go over the edge at an angle, this way at an angle, so I'm not touching the top. And then I'm going to round over the edges by going down that way and up that way. And we're just slightly rounding over these edges. Once that's done, I'll take my third file, again by Stumac, this as a safe edge, and this is just for rolling over the ends to take away that sharpness, like so. 3 or 4 strokes. I normally use 3, but 5's normal. So that's that side done. I can't do this side from the angle I'm at, so I'm going to turn this around 180 degrees later on and do this edge. But that is just nice and gentle, safe edge on the fingerboard, so it's not cutting into anything, and just roll away those sharp edges, and that is it. Super smooth, nice thin black line down the centre of the fret, and bar this edge, which I'll do later. That one is done, so I've got 23 more to do. Once that's done, I'm going to turn this 180 degrees. We're going to do these edges as well with this fret end dressing file, and then we'll move on to the next stage, which will be the polishing. So I'm going to crack on, get these done. It's going to take me a while, so back later. So I've just finished recrowning the frets. I have it turned 180 degrees, like I said I would, just to finish off the beveled edges with the smaller file. I've just been across with the fret rocker. The frets are all completely level along the whole length. The neck is as straight as I can get it, dead straight. And that is all ready now for me to move on to the polishing. Now, when it comes to the polishing, I'm going to brush off any excess dust from the frets. Right, so check the bevels again. Check that I've got the bevels nice and smooth, or as smooth as I can get them. I've already been down the side. I've rolled over these edges. And that all feels quite wonderful. A little bit sticking out there, so I'm going to get my file. My Swiss number 4 cut file. And just, yeah, I can feel it just cutting there a little bit. So I'm going to get rid of those edges there. I'm going to roll over anyway with some sandpaper in a moment. See what I've got to hand. And I will finish this off with some micro mesh a little bit later, but they feel fabulous. A little bit of sharpness there also, so let me go with that as well. Just checking which is my flatter side. That is my flatter side. And that feels fine. That feels really nice. So I'm happy with that. I'm going to clean the fingerboard with some naphtha. Well, we don't have naphtha in England, but we do have Zippo light fluid, which is naphtha. Guys, just going to give this fingerboard a clean. I'll give it a clean, get rid of all the grease and everything. It means when I tape it all up, the tape is going to stick to the fingerboard, because anything left on here will evaporate. So we're just going to give it some wipe. There you go, guys, and just to show you guys, I'm going to take the fret rocker. I'm going to go across the frets, just see if we can find any rocking anywhere. And remember, these frets are glued in, so they will not be moving. nice so far. I've already been across these on camera, I know the level. That's one. Beautiful, so the frets are all level. I'm going to grab me some sandpaper and I'm going to just roll over these edges. Now I'm going to see what I've got over here. Not even looking there. Now what have I done with my sandpaper? It will be knocking about somewhere. Bear with me while I find my sandpaper. Once I find it, I'll get some out. All I'm going to do is roll over these edges just to soften those edges up before I do the actual polish. The polish I'm going to do on the other bench over there. So I'll be sorting that bench out in a moment. So yeah, just take it as read that I've rolled over these edges, and I'll see you over on the other bench shortly. So we are now between Christmas and New Year, and I was hoping to get this one done for Christmas, but it just didn't happen that way. I've been that busy at Royal Mail. I've actually been there today with the 27th today. But here we are, polishing my frets, and I've already gone through 3 of the grits, and I've got 4 more grits to go through. And the grits are 400 through to 2000, so you've got 400, 600, 800, 1000, 1200, 1500 and 2000. It's just a matter of polishing over. And we polish 2 reasons: 1 to remove the scratches, and 2 to bring the frets to a shine. Now a shine will bring up using some superfine steel wool a little bit later on. So we've got 7 polishes with paper, going finer grit each time. We'll finish off with some superfine steel wool. I cut these into this kind of size, and I cut them into 3, and it's a 24 fret job, so I get 8 frets done per piece of paper. And trust me, this does work. It's the old fashioned way of doing it. I've seen people doing it with 2 or 3 grits and finishing off with a buffing wheel and some compound. I'll be honest, I don't think that gives them a good enough polish. I think the old fashioned way, using these grits of paper, gives you a much better polish. And it takes longer, and it can give you arm ache, but it's worth persevering with it and getting it done. So I'm going to crack on and get this done. And once I'm ready to come on with the superfine steel wool, I'll bring you guys back in. We'll get these polished up, and we can move on and get this done. Oh, excuse me. I'll tell you now, I've not had a drink. I've just not long finished my shift at Royal Mail, but there you go. See you soon, guys. Just finishing off with this steel wool. All polished using 7 grits of paper. I cut it smaller because it's easy to work with when it's smaller, so there's some small bits here. This is the superfine steel wool I've used to polish all the frets to finish them off, bring them to a beautiful, beautiful shine. And it's a matter of polishing. Last one, look, straight over the top. As we go over the top, then go on the outside, press in, we'll come on the inside, press in again, then we'll finish again over the top. And that is it, and that is the frets. Beautifully, beautifully polished. They are shiny and glass-like. You probably don't get it in this light, but they are brass coloured frets. Got a little bit in there I just need to get into. Didn't quite do the edge on that one. These look absolutely fabulous. So, need to remove the neck from this piece of MDF, but what I'm going to do now is we're just going to peel off the tape using a new tape. This is tape I bought from Stumac. Pretty good, but it's not as low tack as masking tape, but it just helps me peel everything off. It is really well stuck on this gear. Maybe I should have half done this off camera, but I'm sure you guys don't mind waiting a little while. So what do I need to do now? Well, there's some parts of the glue I need to slightly stain to match the wood. I've got some teak stain by Rustin's knocking about. I'll use that. I don't want to go too dark. Then I'm going to oil the neck. Give it 3 or 4 coats of, not going to go with Danish, I'm going to go with boiled linseed oil, which I've got right next to me. It's always my preferred oil. And yeah, so there we go. So we are peeling off the tape. A little bit of scraping to do on here because there's tape residue on there. Once I get some oil on there, we'll douse that We'll get it all off. It is quite high attack, this tape, probably higher attack than I would prefer, to be honest with you. But the frets, wow. And don't forget, I've done the fret job free. In fact, the radius in and the fretting completely free. I won't be doing it free again, it's just this one time, just to show how much more work I'll get into the job. And the guy has spent enough anyway. I did quote him, it's always 500 quid for the work when it's a fret truss rod replacement. Then the parts. So parts on this one I've had to go with, I'm charging for fret wire obviously. I had to buy the fingerboard, I've had to buy the fret wire, I've had to buy the truss rod, I've had to buy, well, it was price of stain and stuff. Did I mention fret wire? So the price of the whole job on this one is going to be quite expensive, but still cheaper than buying a replacement neck if you can get hold of one. I'm going to charge £645 for the whole job. It doesn't cover, it certainly does not cover my labour costs by a long way. But I'm happy with that. So, flip over, let's just remove these two screws. Neck screws. There's also the price of a new neck screws as well. Oh, it's best to go with new ones. So neck screws will pop in there. They were should be in there. They are in there. That's good. So let me show you guys where we are with this. So we have a brand new and a refretted neck. It's just beautiful. Really, really good. Need to do clean up here, but look at that. It's got a new radius fingerboard on there, replacement truss rod in there, so almost ready for going. But what I'm going to be doing is, you see the glue line here, because I just used epoxy this time, I'm going to stain that a little, then I'm going to oil the fingerboard. But what, wow, we have basically a new neck there. It does need sanding back, needs staining and needs oiling. But yeah, beautiful, really getting to the business end of this job now, and that looks fabulous. Really, really proud of the work I've done on this one. The most difficult one I've had to do yet of all of these Warwick bases. But yeah, we've done it justice, and it's going to be wonderful once it's all done. Welcome back guys, we have moved on with this neck. I have put the dot inlays in there. Did it all off camera, didn't want to film too much more. The video's going to be 4 hours long anyway. So I put the dot inlays in using 2mm nylon. Specific stuff I bought on eBay from one of the guitar shops on there. I've just put a little tiny shim in the neck pocket there. There was one in there when the bass came, so I'm ready for now putting the neck back on the guitar. I'll just move this out of the way, get off my scissors. Bear with me guys, just tidying up as I go along. So, new fingerboard, brand new, which I reshaped. I bought it slotted. I've refretted it obviously, put the dot inlays in there. That's all nice, the neck is lovely and straight, the truss rod works. We've got a shim in there. I've drilled the hole in the plug I put in there. Remember we snapped a screw in there. I had to drill it out, plug it with some dowel and fill the gap with epoxy. That's been re-drilled. So the neck is going back on with the shim in place. So that all looks good. We have the 4 holders for the screws in there. We've got 4 screws. I had to replace some of the screws as well. Obviously one snapped. I had to go and buy a complete set. They weren't cheap. The postage was as much as the screws. And we have 2 40mm and 2 35mm, I believe. 240, is that 240s? And that's the 230s or 35s. Okay, one of them, we've just lost one. I found it again. So the 2 shorter ones come in here. Again, shorter one there. The 2 longer ones here. And we'll just bring them close, but not all the way in. I like to finish off right hand. Okay. So we are now resembling a bass again, and this will be as good as new, if not better. So that is the neck in securely. Look at it, we are looking like a bass now. Fret wire, by the way, I got from Stumac. Couldn't get the Evo Gold, we don't make it anymore for Jescar stuff. It's we can't get the alloy, it's apparently from Ukraine, and we can't get it anymore because of the war or what have you. So it's not being made anymore. If you can find some, it's going to be 90 quid for, just to get enough for one refret. So I've got this Stumac stuff. They're about 15, 16 quid. Can't remember what it was. The whole job on this, by the way, £500 for the job, 65 for a truss rod, so that's 565. I had to buy a new fingerboard, new fret wire, I had to buy extra glue, I had to buy a couple of other little things. I'm not charging for a refret, I've mentioned it a few times before. Not charged for a refret, I'm not charged for re-radiusing the board, so I'm saving him 300 quid. I'm charging him £650. By rights, with the amount of labour I've done and everything, it should be £950, but I told him I'd do the refret for nothing. I'll just charge him for the bits. So the whole lot is £500 for work, £150 for the extra bits we had to buy in, such as fingerboard, fret wire, some extra glue, the truss rod, what have you, and all shipping and VAT on that. So he's done really, really well. But some in the future, when I'm doing these in future, I'm going to mention to people, if there are any hurdles like this where I've got to do a couple of new fingerboard on it and refret, the price is going to go up accordingly, and I'm not going to be able to charge less than £900. So you have to decide whether that's for you or not. If I don't have to replace a fingerboard, it's going to stay the same. I'm going to keep it at 500 quid for the work and whatever it costs for the bits and bobs. But there you go. We are now a bass again with a straight neck. Got the dot inlays on there. I'm going to put the machine heads back on the bass, get the nut on there in a short while. There's the machine heads. And we're going to get this all strung up because it's just about ready to go back to the owner, and I know he's going to be over the moon when he gets it back. And this Warwick Corvette Double Buck bass is finished, and what a journey this one has been. So it came in with a bent and twisted neck and a snap truss rod. Now normally they're never straightforward, these. You have to steam the fingerboard off to get the new truss rod in, but this one I couldn't get the fingerboard off and save it. I've saved every one so far. The three I did prior to this one, I've managed to save the fingerboard with the frets intact and be able to fix it. This one could not get the fingerboard off clean at all, so I had to really more or less butcher this off, but I had to make sure I was saving the neck by only butchering the fingerboard, which I managed to do. So an expense we hadn't planned for, I had to go and buy another fingerboard, which I got a great deal on one, by the way. Then I had to radius that fingerboard, then I had to refret it. Now on this one I've not charged for a refret at all. I've charged the guy £650. The refret, radiusing the board and refretting the guitar, refretting would normally cost £300, which I've added at the bottom there. Refret and radius £300, discount minus £300, look. So the expenses we've got on here is the neck rod fix and replace and the neck straighten, and all that is £500. The truss rod was £63, fretboard was £45, fret wire was £15, the inlays were £7, replacement screws were £18, and the battery was £2. It's all invoiced there. I rounded it down just a little, just to make it £650. A little over the initial budget. We did budget. We originally budgeted something like £560 because we expected the truss rod to cost about £65, which it does. It's £33 for the truss rod and £30 for postage. But we had to go over budget. But like I say, I didn't charge for the refret. So that's the old one. Never had that happen before. We normally got them off clean. I've got another one of these coming in next week, but it's a set neck. I'm hoping it doesn't go as badly as this one, because the expense incurred will be a lot more. So here it is, all set up. Let's recap what I've done. Removed the fingerboard, straightened the neck, put a new truss rod in, bought a new fingerboard, radiused the fingerboard. I bought it pre-slotted. I got the guy who bought it off to slot it for me. I re-radiused the board, refretted it. I put the dot inlays in there as well. We did have a stripped screw in the neck itself, which again I had to plug. I'm not charged for that either. Didn't charge for that. I drilled it out, re-plugged it, set it all up. Since I put the neck back on, where I have sanded the neck back, I've oiled it, so I had a good 3 or 4 coats of oil on there. I reshaped the neck also. It feels fantastic. I've just set the guitar up, set the intonation, set the pickup height, set the height at the 12th fret nice and low, set the nut down at that end nice and low above the 1st fret, and there it is. It's all set up and tuned in, and it looks like a bass guitar. Oh, I've also put in a new battery. £2 I charged for that. So that's it. It is all done. I've recommended Tom replaces the strings because he has cut these a little bit short. We've only got like half a wind on each of the poles, which I want at least a full wind on those. So a little bit there. There's the new black screws in the back. Look. So when all said and done, it's come out really, really well. It's come out fantastic. It has been the most difficult of the Warwick basses I have done. There's been a lot of headaches on this, a lot of head scratching, and a lot of a little bit of shouting, but we got there in the end. It's been a lot of work, but I've really enjoyed doing it, and all I hope is that Tom enjoys this for the many years it has got left in it. Beautiful guitar now, nice straight neck. I put a little bit of relief in there, nice action at the bass side, around about 2 and a bit millimeters, 1.75 on the treble side. Fret wire, brand new fret wire, went with some Stumac fret wire. Never used it before, couldn't get the Evo Gold by Jescott, it's now been discontinued, so I got the next best thing, which is a gold fret wire from Stumac. Fortunately I didn't have to pay postage on that because my friend has a business account there and he gets free postage, so I only paid for the fret wire, which is 15 quid. So that's all I've charged. Obviously I've charged him for the fret wire, for the fretboard, for the truss rod and all the any other hardware I've had to buy, but it's all done. So Warwick Corvette Double Buck is the model, and there you go. Active system in there, to put a new battery in, that's all good. So there you go, it is all finished, and what a project this has been, my goodness. I'm sure if you've got this far in the video, I'm sure you've really enjoyed it. Hopefully when I get more of these, and I've got 3 more lined up, hopefully it's not as difficult a job as this one has been. But what a video this is going to be. I'm sure the video is going to be over 4 hours long, but there you go, that is all done. So one thing left for me to do is to remind you of my website. Best place to get any information on me is Facebook. Facebook.com/NG17. That's Facebook.com/NGONESEVEN. I'm Victor. I'm your fret friend. And until the next time, as always, God bless you, be good to each other, and I'll see you in the next one.